Then we shall have a keynote address by the chairperson or the representative of the chairperson, Electoral Commission. We shall break off for tea. This is the program. This is how it stands. Now tea, we have amended it. Tea came first. Then we shall have presentations on key procedures and processes on the special interest group selections by Mr. Bosco Ngabirano, Senior Election Officer. Then we shall have presentation on legal framework by Haji Kayondo Abubeka, our legal officer. We shall have a presentation back to the basics of journalism by Mr. Samuel Guma. And then we shall have a presentation on action plan for collaborative effective reporting on election-related activities by our head public relations. Then we shall have closing remarks, and hopefully by around 1 we shall go for lunch and then depart, or to be time for departure. So can we all rise up for the anthems? I'm going to test your, we are going to sing together, okay? Okay? Oh, Uganda,
make all the holy, we lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we always stand.
Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki
tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tumulize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu.
Let's remain standing. Please, my friend, come and lead us in a word of prayer. I bless this function. Thank you.
Katusabe. Kitange tata tukwebaza olunaku olwaleero ayi kabaka tukkiriza nti oli mu kifo kino w'omukisa olunaku olwaleero taata. Byonna ebigenda okwogerako, byonna ebigenda okusomesebwa Mukama tukimanyi oli masekkati gaabyo. W'omukisa abakulu b'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda abagenda okututembeeta olunaku olwaleero. Nzikiriza nti Mukama kubanga oli masekkati gaffe buli kimu kigenda kutambulira ddala bulungi. Mu Kristo Yesu mwe tusabidde ntuddamu nti amiina.
Thank you so much for blessing this function and the training. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're most welcome to this training for journalists on special interest groups elections. As the MC, I'm not going to say much. Let me welcome the head public relations, Mr. Mchungus Julius, to officially welcome us and then take us through the first presentations. Mr. Okay, I've been advised, please, people at the extreme end, backbenchers, let's try to fill up these gaps that are a bit empty. And I think I've been drumming up that message for long. Please, people at the extreme end, make sure you move closer. These are your colleagues, isn't it? So yeah, as you get closer, let me welcome Mr. Mchungus Julius, our head public relations. Please, a round of applause. A bigger one, please. We'll just, yeah, thank you. Mr. Mchungus, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Richard. and for the introduction, and Madame Patricia Aol, who is representing the Commission, and in particular the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, at the opening of this training. My colleagues, Haja Baka Kayondo and Bosco Ngabirano, our trainer, media trainer, Sam Guma, my friend, my colleagues from the department, Richard, Benon, Edgar, Jole, Jen and the others, Maureen, and the rest of the team that is there, our friends in the media, our closest friends in the media who are here, ladies and gentlemen. I want first to ask Edgar, who is our digital person, to come here and tell us, there are those people who are following online, and I want people to hear from him where they can go to be able to follow online, if that is already happening. Is it happening? So come and tell the people where they should go, those who are watching. And also to say, and request, even before I say anything, that you are at liberty to tweet and post on your social media handles the ongoings of this training, so that the other people will know and learn from you who are here, because those of you who are here are representing the very many who are not here. So let's share the content so that they know what is happening. But Edgar, come and for the benefit of those people who are there, not in the room, where they should find this.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Now we are live streaming this on our YouTube channel, which is the Electoral Commission of Uganda. So I'm going to share the group to those of you who are in our WhatsApp groups. I'm posting the link there that you can also share with your other colleagues that are not able to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a training, and therefore there will be very few protocols. You'll be at liberty to interrupt anybody except the depends of the chairperson, to interrupt and ask a question. You will see that we've not indicated the period for questions, but in learning, and the kind of learning that we want to have, is that which is dialectical. Dialectical learning means that the teacher and the student learn from each other. That no one knows everything and no one knows nothing. So you'll be at liberty to put up your hand and ask, so that you don't forget to ask and then go back with the question, which will be reflected in the stories you write. We don't want your stories to raise more questions than answers. So the Electoral Commission values the work that you do, but in particular for the Department of Public Relations, which I head, you are our critical partners in the work we do to ensure that the citizens know their roles, rights, and responsibilities in the electoral process. And it is because of that that we sought permission from and the blessing from the Commission, and it approved that this training takes place today. Our colleagues will speak to the specifics of this training and the real content that we need to know. But we believe, as the Commission and the Department of Public Relations, that these kind of engagements of training and equipping ourselves with the knowledge that we need to tell our stories in a manner that is authentic, that is credible, that is responsible, that is ethical, is very important. Because we carry a big responsibility as journalists and as media houses, because the shoulders and all those who watch our news, all those who listen to our stories, all those who read our posts, all those who follow the content we produce in our influencing, depend on us. And if we don't feed them with the correct information, we are basically sowing seeds of misinformation, disinformation, and in some cases lies, because we don't know. To be able to communicate, you first have to know. And that is why we felt that this training at this particular time is timely and important as we scale up the reporting on special interest groups. I don't want to say more than that. I'll be saying a few other things in the course of the presentations and also in the course of the questions and the questions that I may have for you as well as the training goes on. So I take this opportunity to welcome you and to thank you for turning up, because if you had not turned up, we would have no audience or people to train. Welcome, and I will use this opportunity therefore to invite Miss Patricia Aol, who is substantively the head of administration and also caretaking human resources at the Electoral Commission. But on this occasion, she is representing the Commission to come and give us her remarks and the remarks of the Commission and officially open this training. Madam Patricia, please, if you have hands, please clap for her.
The head public relations, members of the staff of EC present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
You're most welcome to this workshop. My name is Patricia Aol, as introduced. I'm head of administration as well as caretaking human resource. But as introduced, right now I'm standing in the capacity of the chair of the Electoral Commission. It's a big shoe, but I'll fit in it. Thank you for coming, and I'm happy with those who kept time. Apologies that we failed to keep time. We thought we would be joined by the commissioners. Unfortunately, you know, it's a busy period for us, so they are engaged in other activities, but probably they may join us. They have not ruled out that they are not coming, so they may join us. I want to dwell on my keynote address on behalf of the Commission based on our mandate. And as a reminder, our mandate is to, our role is to, and duty of the Electoral Commission is to organize, conduct, and supervise regular, free, and fair elections and referendum through citizen participation, stakeholder engagement, and information sharing to enhance democracy and good governance. Why do I want to base my keynote speech on this? You are our very important stakeholder, if you didn't know. You are very important in the sense that you are the people who broadcast this information. You are the people who broadcast our activities. Currently, why you are invited is because we are undertaking the special interest groups elections. And we want you to report the right information. So if you don't have the right facts, then what are you reporting? We don't want you to report information which is not right. So that's the key importance of inviting you here, to know more about what Electoral Commission does and the various activities that are ongoing. Through you, the audience or the citizens also get to know and are encouraged to participate in elections. You drum the information. And the reason why we have invited you, I'm happy that you all look young and vibrant, meaning you can go to any area within Uganda to disseminate our information about election activities. And it is when citizens have the right information, will they also be able to participate, and we have less violence in elections. But when they don't have the right information, they will disseminate also wrong information, and that will bring violence in the elections. And yet, As per our mandate, we want a free and less or non-violent elections. And when there is the right information, it also promotes democracy and hence good governance. So that's the reason why we have mainly invited you here, so that through our key presenters, you get more information about our activities. Thereafter, we shall have participation. You'll be given a platform to ask questions that you have not understood during the presentations, or even asking questions that you have been having for a long time that you want clarity on. You'll be given that platform as per the program. That said, I would like to encourage you to be very participatory in this workshop, because it's through participation that you learn. And as a journalist, you're supposed to speak anyway. So it is one of your, I could say, character that you have to speak. And that is why I thought we would be having, are there any persons of the special interest groups here? Anyone? We don't have any here. You're quite many. That means you even don't know who the special interest groups are. So it's the more reason why you have come to this workshop. Because we have so many youth. I'm seeing so many youth around. But no one put up a hand. So I'm happy that you're here and you're going to learn a lot. And you will disseminate the right information, because you're part of, I think, when I look around, almost 60% are in this category of the special interest group. So I'm happy that you have come for this workshop. It's a learning platform. With that brief key points that I've said, I want, on the behalf of the Commission and myself, to declare this workshop / training open. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much for the keynote address. Madam Patricia, representing the chairperson. We are going to another item. That's a presentation by Mr. Ngabirano Bosco on key procedures and processes on special interest groups elections. Mr. Ngabirano, you're most welcome. This is the technical person, is the focal person in charge of special interest groups. He gave me some portfolio to be in charge of older persons. I don't know. Yeah, good. Mr. Ngabirano, you're most welcome. Please listen carefully. He's going to try and connect the projector. Please and please and please listen carefully. Thank you so much. The representative of the chairperson, Madam Patricia Orr, the head planning and the head
PR, Public Relations, my colleagues from Electoral Commission, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I would like to thank you for honoring the Commission's invitation. I would also like to appreciate the head planning, the head public relations, and his team for initiating this training program. Bosco Gaviano is my name. I am in charge of special interest groups. My assignment is to present on key procedures and processes on special interest groups. I will not delve so much on the law because the lead counsel in special interest group matters, Counsel Kayonda Baker, is here. So I will delve much into matters of procedure and maybe break down a little bit. So, the Electoral Commission is mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, Article 60, to organize, conduct, and supervise elections and referenda. The 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda provides for affirmative action under Article 32 in favor of groups marginalized on the basis of gender, age, disability, or any other reason created by history, tradition, custom, or for purposes of redressing imbalances which exist against them. In fulfillment of this mandate, the Commission has embarked on preparations to conduct 2025-2026 general elections. According to the revised roadmap, the Commission has commenced the electoral program with the conduct of elections for special interest groups. From village level to national level. The applicable laws, I've outlined them there, but Mr. Kayondo, co-counsel Baker, will speak more about it. When we talk about special interest groups, it is a bit broad. When the representative of the chair, Madam Shawazia, she actually asked if there is anyone who falls under special interest groups. There is a gentleman I was seated next to, and according to him, the special interest groups are youth, older persons, and PWDs. Meaning, according to him, he doesn't fall under the special interest groups. But according to Electoral Commission and according to the law, the youth, the special interest groups comprise of youth, persons with disabilities, older persons, women, workers, and Uganda People's Defense Forces. So it means all of us who are here, the majority of us, to some extent, we are special interest groups because we are workers, and I also see women here. I don't know if you have older persons here, or persons with disability, or youth. So for purposes of this training, I will focus mainly on youth, PWDs, older persons, and workers. I have provided definitions of youth in brief. This is according to the law. The youth can be defined as persons aged 18 years of age and above, but below 30 years. And we usually identify them by their dates of birth. For older persons, they are defined as persons aged 60 years and above. They are also usually identified by their dates of birth. Persons with disabilities, can be defined as persons with a substantial functional limitation of a person's daily life activities caused by physical, mental, or sensory impairment and environment barriers, resulting in limited participation in society on equal basis with others, and includes impairment specified in Schedule 3, which I will talk about later. Then workers. A worker might mean a person who performs services in exchange for remuneration, other than a person who performs services as an independent contractor. Schedule 3. These are categories of disabilities. According to the law, we have 8 categories of disability. We have physical disability. We have hearing disability, including deafness and hard of hearing disability. We have visual disability. We have deaf and blind disability. We have mental disability. We have little people, albinism, and multiple disability. I would like to talk about the elective offices for the special interest groups. As I mentioned that the SIGs committee elections start from village level to national level. So for each category of SIGs, that is youth, PWD, older persons, and workers, the positions are the offices to be contested for are quite different. Let me begin with youth. Youth, there are 9 positions to vie for at village level, actually from village level to district level. Then at national level, there are 9 positions, then plus 2 positions. I don't know if you have time to mention all these offices. So, for the youth, we have chairperson, vice chairperson, general secretary, publicity secretary, secretary for women, youth, who shall be female of course, secretary for student affairs, secretary for labor affairs, secretary for sports and culture, then secretary for finance. From village level to district level, there are 9 positions. But national level, there are 11 positions. So the 10th and 11th at national level is Office of Secretary for External Relations and Secretary for Legal Affairs. For the persons with disabilities, from village to district level, the positions to vie for are chairperson, vice chairperson, secretary, publicity secretary, and treasurer. There are only 5 positions. For older persons, from village level to district level, the positions to contest for are chairperson, vice chairperson, secretary, vice secretary, then treasurer. Composition of electoral colleges. As you are aware, we've concluded elections from village to parish level. So, I think for village and parish, we shall not dwell much on it, but for sub-county where we are heading, to national level, we might be able to give more details. For village level, for you to qualify to contest at village level, you should be a youth who is registered in the National Voters Register and you're a resident of that particular village. Basically, if I'm to give an example of, let's say, village A, or let me give just a hypothetical one, maybe Kamukuzi village in a certain sub-county. All youth who are residents within that particular village and are registered voters are eligible to contest, are eligible to vote. Then at parish level, all the village executive committee members who have gone through at village level, they can contest, they can vote at the parish level. I want to give a practical example. Let's say a certain parish, maybe called the Nyanga, has 5 villages. At village level, there are 9 positions that have been contested for. So if these 5 villages send 9 representatives, so it means that there are 9 representatives per village. 9 times the 5 villages, that is 45. So it means at parish level, the persons who are voting or who can contest are 9 times 5, that is 45. So the electoral college at parish level is composed of 45 youth. Then at sub-county level, those are the nominations that we are beginning tomorrow, 9th and 10th. The electoral college that votes is the parish youth committees in the sub-county, 1 youth with disability per sub-county, and 2 students representatives per sub-county. I want to look at it practically. Let's say a sub-county, I don't know, can I use your Okay, I want to use a hypothetical sub-county. Let's say sub-county called the Adit has 10 parishes. It means that the 9 parish executive members who were elected at parish level will go to the sub-county to constitute the electoral college. So I will get my 10 parishes times the 9 representatives from each parish. So that is 90. Then I will add 1 youth with disability, that is 91. I also add 2 representatives of youth, that is 93. So it means the electoral college for some county will constitute 93 members, that is the youth. So these are the ones who can contest or vote. Anyone who is not among the 93 cannot contest, cannot vote. The next composition is municipality stroke city divisions. So we have about 56 municipalities in the country, 56 municipalities stroke city divisions in the country, and on 24th and 25th we shall have nominations for this category. And for you to be part of the electoral college for the municipality level, you should have gone through at parish level. And this election relates mainly to these state divisions in Kampala, and then these state divisions in the other cities, and then the municipalities. The electoral college for district is quite different from the rest. The electoral college for district is composed of chairperson of every sub-county, division, municipality, or town. The secretary for women affairs of every sub-county, division, municipality, town. Then the secretary of finance of every sub-county, division, municipality, and town. And then 1 youth with disability per district, and then 2 UNSA representatives per district. Let me be a little bit practical. I want to give an example of Kwen district. Kwen, let's say it has 10 sub-counties. It means that every sub-county in Kwen will send the chairperson, secretary for women, and secretary for finance. Those are 3 people. every sub-county will send 3. So if there are 10 sub-counties, it means that is 3 times 10, that is 30. But then I said there is also 1 youth with disability, that is 31. Then there is 2 representatives from UNSA, that is 33. It means the Electoral College for the district youth executive for Kwen district will be composed of 33 members. For you to be able to contest, for you to be able to vote, you should be part of that Electoral College. Then for youth, we also have the National Committee. The National Committee, it also has its own Electoral College. And the members who vote are chairperson of every district stroke city, secretary for women affairs, secretary for finance of every district. Then 1 youth with disability, 4 UNSA representatives, 2 of whom shall be female. For the national, you are aware that we have 146 district stroke cities. It means every district within this country will send 3 representatives. That is the chairperson, secretary of finance, and secretary for women affairs. So that is 146 times 3, plus 1 youth with disability, plus 4 UNSA representatives. Does the silence mean that we understand?
Bosco, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm called Ramson from NBS TV.
Yes, sir.
2 positions, 2 things I have to inquire from you. You talk of 1 person with disability at sub-county level, and then 2 UNSA representatives. UNSA is Uganda National Students Association, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm wondering, how does this 1 person with disability come in? How is that person elected? Is there a special election held, for example, at village level, saying now this we are electing 1 disability who will go to parish, then from parish who will go to sub-county, eventually to the district? Then also the UNSA, I have never understood the UNSA things. Thank God you are talking about them. I know elections you must be 18 and above. Even these youth elections you still must be 18 and below 30. So the UNSA people are not elected at the village level. Yet these elections continue to come in. The Electoral College starts from the village level. So at the parish, at the sub-county, how does the UNSA person come in? Do you as EC organize UNSA elections? And who participates? Are we still talking about people who are 18 and above, or we are still talking about someone is in senior 1 and senior 2 because they are also students? Are these UNSA things left for campus and stuff like that? And how then are they elected at the village, for example, at say parish level where they come in? Because at village level they are not being talked about. How do they come in and how are they elected? How are they incorporated in this?
Thank you, Mr. Ngabirano. My name's Ambrose Gaheni. I'm a journalist working for Watchdog Online. Before we can go further with this conversation, there is something you mentioned about little persons. I last heard of that word in a conference of NUDIP, DC National Union of Persons with Disability. And they described a little person as somebody with a disability. And then they left it like that. Now I have heard you repeating it officially as a government organ, but I am still confused. Now, for instance, we have people who are very short, but very strong and very healthy. Like that Nigerian, is it a boy or an old man now, called Baby Police? You all know Baby Police. And sometimes he fights with the policemen and very many people in the streets, but is that a disability to be like Baby Police? But people continue calling them people with disability. And there are very many in Uganda here who are very strong and muscular. When a person like me with my height, I try to stamp on them, I may end up in trouble. So I wanted you to clarify on those people before we can continue ahead with why you include them to be people under special interest groups because of their appearance and not because of their stamina and strength.
When you finish the sub-county stroke ward, then how do you incorporate them? Because when you are heading to another level, numbers tend to decrease. Is where you need the chairperson, secretary for women affairs, secretary for finance. But in a district like Wachiso, you have municipalities, and the other end, it is sub-counties. How do you handle such cases?
Thank you so much. My name is Grace Seginya from Salt Media. We'd love to know the responsibility of Electoral Commission in advising political parties while they're having internal politics or conducting their internal political activities. The recent incident is a court case which is still pending of General Moses Ali. There's a lot of public outcry. The man looks a bit incapacitated. But yesterday, the Electoral Commission Chairperson NRM, Dr. Tangodo, yesterday clarified that the man is very fit for election. Yet, from observation, he looks weak. Where is your responsibility end in advising these political parties where they're having such activities? Because very soon when you lose a very high-profile person while conducting campaigns and he collapses, if someone drags you to court again, where do you get the defense? I want to get this one from the legal perspective. Thank you.
So we are going to stop at that. Those questions, they are going to come, more coming. Bosco will respond. Haji Kayondo will also respond, but we'll let Bosco complete. Then Haji Kayondo will make a presentation. And now your questions will be anchored in two presentations. Both the practical processes and also the legal framework. And then we can begin to have answers that are combined to answer the legal and also the practicalities, including the little people who are very strong.
Maybe I can attempt to answer 3 questions, and then Haji Kayondo, Council Haji Kayondo, will now complement on what I have mentioned. Ransom, is it? From NBS? Okay. From NBS, you mentioned about how do we get these youth with disability and then also representatives. The law provides that the organizations of persons with disabilities will nominate or shall nominate one youth with disability from each sub-county. Then the law still provides that the students' representatives will also nominate or delegate two UNSA representatives. For us, we follow the law. So the law provides for those persons at those levels. Then I think you also mentioned about the gentleman from Watchdog, Ambrose, talked about little persons. I can maybe take you back a little bit. I mentioned about Schedule 3 of Persons with Disabilities Act. Still, the law provides for 8 categories of disability. And according to the law, Abundi little people is one of them. I don't know if it is of substantial nature, but Mr. Kayondo will elaborate more on that. Then Dennis of Uganda Radio Network talked about the electoral colleges. Though I didn't get his question so right, I don't know, did you get his question right? Then maybe you respond. But from what I pick, the electoral colleges, when we talk about municipalities and city divisions, then basically we are talking about cities, all the 11 cities. That is basically we are talking about the electoral colleges for all 11 cities. When you talk about sub-counties and municipal divisions, then we are basically talking about the rural districts and also those rural districts that have municipalities. I don't know, maybe you will elaborate more. On the question of Segirinya from Salt FM, I think Mr. Kayondo will speak more about it, but from my perspective, you cannot discriminate him because he's of age. As a special interest groups person, he's 18 years of age and above, so he can contest, and he's a registered voter. So, if we are to continue with the electoral college composition, persons with disabilities. As I mentioned, these elections will go from village level to district level. For persons with disabilities at village level, all persons with disabilities who are registered in the National Voters Register and are residents in that village can contest, can vote. At parish level, the 5 executive members who are elected at village level are the ones that constitute the parish electoral college. Then at sub-county level, the parish executive members who will have been elected constitute the sub-county electoral college for committees. At municipality level, the ward executive members who have been elected at parish or ward level constitute the municipality stroke city division level. There are 5. Okay, he wanted me to clarify on the number. There are 5. For persons with disabilities, as I mentioned, the elective positions are 5.
Good morning. I'm sorry. When I look at your conduct, I see that you are not yet comfortable with the questions that have been answered. So I wanted to first give those legal issues, then Bosco can go on when your blood pressure has cooled down. About UNSA, first of all, this is a very challenging issue. I'm told from the field that some people send away the UNSA representatives because they did not come from the village. and they are just coming, getting the taxi at City Square, and they want to move with it. The law is very clear on this issue of the youth with disability. I will begin with the youth with disability. The law says, under section 6, subsection 5 of the National Youth Council Act, which is now currently chapter 114 of the laws of Uganda, it provides for a council, and it says a sub-county, division, municipal or town youth council. So it is covering the other person who asked that where do these divisions fall, municipals fall, town. When they talk about a sub-county, they also talk about a division. They also talk about a municipal and a town council. So all those ones are the same. When the election is taking place, it will take place in all those areas. A sub-county, it will take place in a division, it will take place in a municipal or a town council. Now, when it comes to the composition of this sub-county council, we have all members of the parish committees, like he has explained. Members of the parish committees are 9. The 9 from each parish will come and form the sub-county. But that is not the only member in that council, or the only category. You have, after those 9, assuming you have 3 parishes in a sub-county called Kayondo, you have 3 parishes. Those parishes called the names you want, A, B, C, if they are 3. So you have 9 people, yes, times 3. 9 times 3 is 27. So those ones are a category from the parish. The law says that on that council, you have to add on 2 students. 2 students at sub-county who are elected by the sub-county committee in consultation with Uganda National Students Association. Now, by law, Uganda National Students Association has a constitution. And within its constitution, it brings on board these 2 students. And it communicates those 2 students who are elected under their constitution, under the UNSA constitution, as students. That is now something which is not done by Electoral Commission. It is done by the Uganda National Students Association as an independent body. So it will forward those 2 students. And those 2 students, one of whom shall be female. One of whom shall be female. So you have to bring a male and a female. So, and they must be students. And students are defined to be any person who is studying above the level of primary. Above the level of primary. So secondary, university, tertiary, all those above institutions can bring a what? A student. But under the constitution of Uganda National Students Association. So the association will give us that 2. So you're asking where do they come from? That is where they come from. And they join the 27 we talked about earlier. The 27, the 999 in 3 parishes. So those are how many? 29. Then in addition, we have a youth with a disability under paragraph D. That is section 6, subsection 5, paragraph D. The first one was paragraph C. It says, one youth with a disability nominated by organizations of persons with disabilities in the sub-county. So the organization of persons with disability in that sub-county will nominate a person with disability. So that person is also proposed by that organization of persons with disability in that sub-county. And that youth will come and also join. And he must be a youth. That means he must be between the age of 18 and below 30. So as they do it, they must make sure that that person is a what? Is a youth. So he will come and join the what? In terms of numbers. We had how many? We had 27, we added on 2, now we have 1. So how many are they now? So those 30 will form the council or the electoral college at sub-county level. At sub-county level, for purposes of election. They are not members of the council. They are members of the electoral college for purposes of the election, because when it comes to deliberating matters, there are more members that the law mentions. Although some of them, the law mentions them as ex-officials. But for purposes of election, those are the categories we have. The 99 from the parishes, plus the 2 students from UNSA, and the 1 person with disability nominated by the organization of persons with disabilities in the sub-county. And the same will happen at the district level. Those additional ones I have talked about. Okay? So when you ask, where do the UNSA people come from? They come from the UNSA association. Where do that person with disability come from? The organization of persons with disability at the sub-county in terms of a sub-county. At the district in terms of a district. For the UNSA organization in terms of the district, it will be the one to nominate those 2 at district level. Are we together? Are we together? Now, when it comes to election, when it comes to the election, those 30 people can vote and they can be voted for. Even those students can be voted for. Even that person with disability can be voted and he can vote. Because the law says the committee shall come from among the number of the council. So if the number of the council is 30, that means the committee can come from among the 30. Are we there?
What is the role of the Electoral Commission in, because when you talk about that organization, hopefully you're not categorizing me in the little people that I have not seen.
You are safe.
I'm wondering, the explanation is very well. Probably you read my mind. I was just here thinking in my head, this Bosco man is just giving notes and dictating. But you have given a clear explanation, and yes, it is WONSA. Now that WONSA has nominated students, does the Electoral Commission get to verify whether this person is 18 and above, or actually whatever WONSA proposes is what we go by? Can Electoral Commission come in and say, look, you have sent us much as a student, but he's 16. Does the person qualify because he's a student to go on and be a part of the council? But then also when you talk about the organization, which organization? Because I don't know that kind of organization that you're talking about at sub-county or district level that does nominate the PWD youth. But also, do you also go with whichever they send, or they are specific? They should also be meeting within, say, you sent a person with disability, but he's not 18. They could send you a person with disability who is 45 years. That's one organization sending.
I get you.
Let's take an example. The actual is taking place in Uganda.
And UNSA proposes a name from Nakawa division. How is that talked about in the law?
Electoral Commission is mandated to organize, conduct, supervise a free and fair election, and in a very peaceful environment. Now, as Electoral Commission, the law has not mandated us to scrutinize the constitution of UNSA and ensure that they bring students who are like this, like this, like this. Now, it is up to them to comply with the law as far as their constitution is concerned. That is theirs. But ours, as managers, as administrators, with that person you send us must be on the National Voters Register. That is the first thing, because in Uganda you cannot participate in the election if you are not on the National Voters Register. So whichever name you give us, that name must appear on the National Voters Register. That is number one. Number two, if is a youth, that category of a youth has been captured by our National Voters Register, that this person is between the age of 18 and 30 years. If he's above, our system will reject him automatically. It will reject him automatically. And if it rejects him, then we shall tell you that we are sorry, your person you have brought does not comply with the law as far as registration of voters is concerned, and he will be eliminated. So we are critical on that issue. But we don't mind about, does he have A-level? Does he have O-level? Is he a student from secondary school? Which school? Is it from Gayaza? Is it from Nabisunsa? Is it from... No, that's not ours. Ours is he on NVR? Number two, is he within the definition? Then your question, must that student come from that jurisdiction? Must he come from that division? When you read here, the law says, 2 students for sub-county, 2 students elected by the sub-county. And what does that mean? He must come from that jurisdiction. He must come from that sub-county. He should not come from elsewhere. Because the issue of residence is very important in these elections. Because they are going to serve the residents of that sub-county. So they shouldn't come from other sub-counties. And if they do it and bring others from the other sub-counties, then they have flouted the law. The law talks about those people. And you are saying, I don't know about this person with disability. How do we get them? Where are these organizations of persons with disability in the sub-county? I can refer you to the community-based officer, whom they call CBO, or refer you to the chief administrative officer of any district in Uganda. He will explain to you, and he can show you that this organization is for persons with disability. We have registered it in this area. So that's how we come to know. The cow will know the organization of those persons with disability in that area. And those names will accordingly be forwarded to the Electoral Commission. Of course, in consultation with NUDIPO, which is the organization which takes the control or charge of all persons with disabilities in Uganda. Are we there now? Are we there now? Several. That side. Are we there? Good. Now, watchdog Ambrose wants to know a little person. Who is a little person and how do you determine a little person and all that? The law has catered for that. And not only a little person. As Electoral Commission, we are told to include persons with disability, and disability has been defined under Section 1. My colleague Bosco defined properly that under the law, who a disabled person is or disability. Now, in addition, the question is, if somebody does not see, he uses specs, is he disabled? Because you keep asking, when you talk of a little person, then what about these people you say are Kolachi? Is looking for Lubalula, is looking for... Is he disabled? Is that person disabled? Because you get a lady and the lady maybe has issues with the producing a child and what, is that person disabled? The question can be answered in 2 ways. Number one, you go to the schedule that he talked about, the schedule to the PWD. Then to PWD Act, it keeps mentioning the what? Mentioning the categories. But now those categories can be determined in case you doubt. In case you do what? In case you doubt, the law has provided under Section 2 under Section 2 of the Persons with Disabilities Act. It has provided that where there is doubt where to go, it provides for where to go. And it says, whenever a question arises, that's Section 2. Whenever a question arises whether a person has a disability or not, or where court so requires, a medical doctor with relevant expertise or an expert appointed by the council, that is the NUDIPU, or the Council for Persons with Disabilities, shall carry out an examination to confirm the disability. Are you answered? Are you answered? We are saying, if you doubt whether this person is a little person, then we shall subject this person to medical examination, and the doctors will tell us that this person is inherently short because his grandfathers have always been short. And then we have a tall man like you, like Ambrose, and we say inherently this child who is produced is not supposed to be short, but is short because of a disability, and therefore is a little person. If you are not satisfied, then you take the matter to court. And then court is also allowed under this section to determine and say, according to this evidence, they call you, they call your mother, they call your grandmother, they look at the evidence and they take a decision. Court will take a decision and say, no, this person does not qualify to be disabled, or he qualifies to be disabled. That is how it is determined. Is that clear? Are we there, Ambrose? Good. Now, there was a person who asked about municipality and division. I mentioned that. When I mentioned the council, I tried to show every time the law mentions a sub-county, it mentions a division. A sub-county in terms of a rural area, and a division in terms of an urban area. So as elections are taking place in a sub-county, they are also taking place in a division. The only difference is that one is a charo and another one is a chibuga. Are we there? When we talk of a district, the equivalent of a district is a city. So whatever happens in a district will also happen in the city. Okay? Are we together? When we talk of a parish, we are talking about a rural area. When we talk of a ward, we are talking about an urban area. So when elections are taking place in a parish, they are taking place in a ward. When we talk of a cell, we are talking about an urban area. When we talk of a village, we are talking about a rural area. So as elections are taking place in a village, they are also taking place in a cell, because a cell is an equivalent of a village. Are we there?
Yes.
Then what is the responsibility, Salt Media? What is the responsibility of EC in advising political parties? Why do political parties bring very younger children to contest for presidency? Because Katumba, why? How old was he? How old was he? Was he 70? Was he 60? Was he 50? Should we go as Electoral Commission and tell them, Onomana mudo, ajakola muko ku comedy? Should not be included? That's a preserve of the political party. Electoral Commission does not extend its mandate into the internal matters of the party, because the party is by law mandated to conduct its election according to their constitution. So if their constitution says tulete Katumba, then you cannot stand up on Gakanakana kagenda kuyimirira kwa anime, I'm older than this kana. No, the party has decided. It is the party. And for as long as it doesn't contradict the national constitution, we go by it. So the law says in the new amendment, a president can be 18 years and 200 years old. From 18 to 200. So Electoral Commission cannot come in and say, Gugundi, no, this, you are bringing a man of stroke, a man of pressure, a man of ulcers, a man of disease, this disease. We are not supposed to go there. They are supposed to present the person they have decided, and for us we say, does he have the requirements? Does he have the academic qualifications? Yes. Is he a registered voter? Yes. Are you sponsoring this candidate? Yes. Has the Secretary General signed and authorized? Yes. Then we say, let the people, it is not us who decide. I sometimes ask myself, you think it is easy for you to organize a party, and then you start fighting for the soda when you are the one who has organized the party? Our role is we cannot fight for what we don't eat, because we have put it there for you, for the visitors to eat. That's what the Electoral Commission does. For you, you bring, and when you bring, for us, we put there. And we let the people say their word. And if they say, Katumba, yes, we say, you have said Katumba, yes. We have a microphone. We just amplify your voice. And that is what the law has provided. I think those questions can suffice for now. The others will be handled as we go along. I think Bosco can move on.
Thank you, Council. In the village. If I'm to take an example of maybe village A, all older persons who are registered on the National Voters Register and are in the registers for older persons for that particular village, let's say A, if there are 100 older persons in the register, that means they can contest or they can vote. The next, once we are done with the village level, the next structure is the parish stroke ward. And the electoral college here is the 5 who have made it from the village are the ones that constitute the ward stroke parish executive committee. I want to give an example of a parish, let's say called the Gani parish. If it has 5 villages, it means 5 executive members from each village times the 5 villages, that is 25. It means the electoral college at parish level, the ones that vote the parish executive committee for older persons will be composed of 25 older persons. At sub-county level, that is the next structure, sub-county stroke town, stroke municipal division, the parish executive members who have made it will constitute the sub-county electoral college. If I'm to be a little bit practical, if in, let's say, sub-county called the Kezi sub-county, if it has, let's say, 6 parishes or wards, and we get 5 executive members from each of those 6 parishes or wards, so it will be 5 times 6, that is 30. The electoral college will be of 30 members. For municipality stroke city division level, the electoral college is the ward older persons committees. The ones that will have made it at parish level are the ones that constitute the municipality stroke city division level. For the district level, the the sub-county executive members who have made it at sub-county, the 5 from each sub-county are the ones that constitute the electoral college for district executive committee for older persons. If I'm to derive a practical example, I would say, let's say in a district, let's say Rampara. Rampara has nine sub-counties, and if each of the 9 sub-counties sends 5 executive committee members, it means it is 5 times 9, which is 45. So the electoral college for the district will be composed of 45 members. Now, we also have a regional conference, and the purpose of the regional conference is to elect two regional delegates from each of the 4 traditional regions. According to the law, this election is categorized in 4 traditional regions. That is Western Uganda, Eastern Uganda, Northern Uganda, and Central. So each of those regions is supposed to be represented by 2 regional delegates. And one of those delegates should be female. So the district executive members, the district order persons executive members, that is 5, are the ones that constitute the regional delegates conference for that particular region. I want to give an example of, let's say, Central Uganda. If I'm to give an example that, let's say it is hypothetical. Let's say Central region has 20 districts. It means the 5 district executive members of order persons from each of the 20 districts will send 5 persons. So 20 times 5, that is 100. It means those 100 order persons, executive committee members, will converge in one place and elect amongst themselves 2 regional order persons delegates. The next, for which I also talk about the composition of their structures, is workers. For workers at sub-county, stroke town, stroke municipal division, all non-unionized workers shall assemble at the sub-county, town, division, and elect 10 delegates among them, 3 of whom shall be female, to the district non-unionized workers conference. As you're aware, according to our roadmap, we are supposed to have this election on 11th of July, I think that is Friday, where all non-unionized workers will converge at their respective sub-counties, town or municipal division, and amongst themselves, they will be able to elect 10 delegates who will represent them at the district level. The district stroke city conference, as per our roadmap, will be organized on 7th of August, and the division will be the one to converge in one place in the district or city. I would like to give an example of, let's say, Kabera Maido has, let's say, 10 sub-counties. It means if the 10 representatives from each sub-county in Kabera Maido are to be present, we shall have 10 delegates from each sub-county times 10 sub-counties, that is 100. So the electoral college at the district level, that we elect 10 delegates for non-unionized workers who represent at the region, will be over 100 delegates. These delegates at the district level, one, they are for 2 purposes. One, they will be part of the electoral college that votes the district councillors for workers. At the same time, they also help us to constitute or elect the electoral colleges for regional delegates. The regional workers delegates, they are mainly for purposes of election of members of parliament representing workers. So at regional level, and in this scenario we are talking about 4 traditional regions, that is Central Uganda, Eastern, Western, and I think Northern. So the 10 from each district, I can also refer to, let's say, Central. Assume that Central region has 10 districts. It means that the 10 delegates from each district will converge in one place in Kampala or around Central Region and elect 10 regional non-unionized workers who will participate in the election for members of parliament representing workers. I don't know if I'm a bit clear.
We have such a category at lower administrative levels like village or parish level.
I wanted to clarify, please, let's give time to Bosco. Let him finish up, and then we can, let's note down our questions. Then we shall respond to the questions, isn't it? Yes, thank you.
Yes, described the more that people are going to have this discussion was more of a conversation. I don't know whether the rules have changed.
No, not yet, but I want him to, what?
The rules have not changed, but we are managing the rules so that we also are able to accomplish all that we need. So that is noted, but let him complete. Then Haji Kayondo presents, and then still when he's presenting, he will be at liberty to raise questions, and then we'll have a session for discussion, and then Mr. Sam Guma will come in to do his bid at that point. Please. Proceed and complete.
Thank you, Head PR, for your guidance. Maybe I can also make a comment that this was meant to be done, the presentation, within 45 minutes. So it meant that I have not discussed, I have actually not captured all the details that is required. But as he mentioned to you, Council Kayondo is going to touch on the legal aspects of some of these issues that I have highlighted, because I couldn't be able to speak about all of them. Nomination requirements. I am almost concluding, just a few slides to go. For a youth, one, as I mentioned, one, you should be a citizen of Uganda. You should be a registered voter in the Youth Council register. You should have attained 18 years of age and below 30 years. You should reside in the village. You should be a member of the Youth or Youth Council for which the Youth Committee is being elected. Also note that there are no academic qualifications that are required. No nomination fees are required. For persons with disabilities, of course, the requirements for nomination are almost related to the ones for youth. You should be a citizen of Uganda, a registered voter in the PWD Council Register. You should have attained the age of 18 years of age and above. You should be a resident in the village, and you should be a member of the PWD Council for which a PWD committee is being elected. For older persons, you should be a citizen of Uganda, a registered voter in the Older Persons Council Register. You should have attained the age of 60 years and above. You should be a resident of the village or cell, and you should be a member of the Older Persons Council for which Older Persons Committee is being elected. The mode of elections. From village level to sub-county level or municipality level, it will be by lining up behind the candidate's portrait, symbol, or agent, or the individual candidates of their choice. Then for district, stroke city and above, the electoral college shall vote by secret ballot. The voting program that we've been following on voting of these particular special interest groups, as laid out there, from 6 to 7 a.m., the presiding officer is supposed to set up the polling station. 7 to 8, we expect the candidates and voters to be arriving. 8 to 8:30, we shall conduct voter education and sensitization of voters on the procedures. Then 8:30 to 9, verification of voters by the presiding officer. Then between 9 and 2 p.m., we expect voting to take place by electorate lining up and counting of votes. Please note that elections or voting shall not go beyond 4 p.m. and voting shall commence with the highest position to the lowest as in reference to the order I have provided. Then we expect that between 2 and 4 p.m. we shall be filling forms and declaration of results will take place. Vote counting and the declaration of results. The presiding officer and his assistants shall count the voters lining behind each candidate at the polling station. And in the case of a tie, the presiding officer shall, after a break of some minutes, cause a repeat of the exercise by allowing voters line up behind the candidates that tied in the first position. If, for example, two candidates, let's say Alex and Owen, let's say get the same votes, that is 10-10. It means that we shall conduct a rerun after some few minutes between Alex and Owen. And then we shall, from there, declare the winner. But in case there is also another tie between Alex and Owen, we shall also take some break of some minutes and then conduct a rerun again. I would also like to mention a few of the interventions that the Electoral Commission has undertaken in ensuring inclusive elections for special interest groups. We have actually been doing continuous engagement of stakeholders like the one we are having. We have been actually, I think some of you have been invited to regional workshops, national workshops. Then we have also been facilitating members of the Electoral College members, the committee members who participate in election for representatives of special interest groups to Parliament have been facilitated. We usually give them transport refund, accommodation, and meals. We have also commenced the process of recruiting sign language interpreters to assist in interpretation and dissemination of information to persons with hearing disability, and also assist us in voter education. As the Electoral Commission, we also continue to do continuous voter education to ensure that voters that fall within special interest groups have the same degree of information available when casting their ballots. The EC recently also conducted voters verification exercise of the registers for persons with disabilities alongside the National Voters Register at village level to ensure registration of all willing eligible PWD applicants for participation in the 2025-2026 elections. Thank you for honoring our invitations and thank you for listening to me. I wish you a very lovely day.
Another round of applause, please. Bwana Bosco, thank you so much for the presentation. Please, you can, yes, good. The hot seat. Okay, Bosco, you can take up your seat. Mr. Julius, I think now you're sitting in the chair of the chairperson. I've seen some of our colleagues here trying to doze a bit. I think they can stand up, stretch a bit for just a minute before we go into another session. Please stretch up a bit. Dodovico, what is Dodovico? Dodovico, please come here, please. Is a backbencher? Dodovico, please. Oh, you want to nominate someone to come and lead us? Please. Dodovico is coming. Okay. Dodovico, please, in the interest of time, come, please.
was among the building.
Yes, I saw you closing your eyes. Please, can we clap for Dodovico, the one and only? Yes, yes. So I'm told you're a sportsman. Please give us an exercise that can stretch our muscles. Okay. I'm told you have a team that don't say anything about it.
Get ready. Part.
I can now know the primary school Dodovico went to. Was it located in a cell or a village? A cell. A town council? Eh? A parish? Okay, thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for Dodovico. It's not easy, by the way. Yes, thank you so much. Next on the agenda, we have a presentation on the legal framework by our legal officer. He will introduce himself once again. Sir, you must welcome to the podium. The audience is ready for you. I'm told legal matters are not as easy to interpret, but I know you're good at it, making them simpler. Thank you so much. All right.
I'm sorry, I'm a BBC. Not in terms of media. In terms of media, BBC is British Broadcasting Corporation. But in terms of my definition, BBC is born before computer. So some of these things of computer will be limited. I'll try to do the little I can do within my limit. The representative of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the earlier one who was here in my presence, Miss Patricia, are all now Mr. Julius Muchunguzi in the seat, a warm seat of which, moreover, a Lodi chair, BP, my colleague, I call him BP, he doesn't get offended. Sometimes BP's blood pressure, but for his sake, he's Paul Kenya. BP, colleagues from the Department of Public Relations, I call them the Sekamoas of Electoral Commission, abogezi b'akakiiko, members of other departments from the Commission, my colleague who heads the Special Interest Group Desk, Bosco Ngabirano, the media fraternity, which I call the total public, because when I'm here, I know we are now in total public. Every other public is here. So we have to speak with that in mind. My name is Kayondo Abobeka. I represent the legal department in this presentation. I have been serving with the Electoral Commission close to 20 years now. So I've conducted special interest groups elections more than 3 terms, and that honor is only given to me by the Creator, not any other person, because any other person wouldn't allow such to happen. But the Creator has allowed me, and I want to share this precious knowledge from the legal point of view, because it is knowledge bestowed upon me by the Creator. And my Creator, I'm sure, is your Creator. So we should move on the same pace as we share this knowledge. You, the created, and me, your colleague, another created, as we do it to glorify the name of the Creator. I will try to mix a bit of my local language because I know abasinga obungi wano mulabikako nnyo obubonero bw'emmengo. Nnyindo zeezo. N'olwekyo mujja kunzikiriza. In some other respects, I will try to use the Luganda language. Tubeere nga tubifuna buki? Tubeere nga tubifuna bulungi. Omanyi luno oluzungu oluusi lulina we lutuuka nga terukyakola. Muntu omugamba akuvunulira ebitege nga tabisobola, akuvunulira enkobogo nga tazisobola, embaliga nga tazisobola, tasobola byawula. So naye omuganda abitegeera nti kati bagamba mbaliga, kati bagamba bitege, kati bagamba nkobogo, and you can get them very well. But when you start going to English, you start looking for words like triple stand and what in terms of legs, and you miss the point. So this presentation, I want to thank the Commission for organizing it, because the media would need every nitty-gritty of what you do, sometimes even what themselves do. But in limited circumstances for what they do, bannamawulire oluusi tebaagala kwekola ki? Tebaagala kweripotingako, baagala nnyo okuripotinga ku balala. Kati bw'aba alina akantu ke kakola akatali ka bulijjo tayagala bakoogereko, naye ye ak'abalala ke bakola akatali ka bulijjo ayagala nnyo akoogereko. So I think when we move, we shall get to know that we all need to know how these processes of election move and how best we can deliver to the citizens of Uganda. Whatever we do, we should put into our consideration the citizens. It is the citizens who are going to benefit from this. An individual can benefit, but in a remote way. But if you put collectively the citizens of the country, and if you want our country to be at a certain level, we can be there. We can get there if we have a good intention. So we should all have a good intention to learn. And in my presentation, I am not going to overdwell on many of these things, because I know you will ask questions, and the opportunity of the questions will help me to touch the wound right in the middle. Because bw'aba otolikwata mu makkati oluusi liyinza obutakola ki, obutawona bulungi. Naye omuntu bw'abuuza ekibuuzo n'okiddamu nga bw'akibuuzizza afunamu okusinga oluusi bw'oyogera ebirala byonna. Oluusi oyinza okuba nga oliyita mabbali wali ewatuufu mu Abaganda we bayita muki, we bayita mu namulagayi. If you may get that word also. I think you know what namulagayi is. For those of you who are Abaganda, do you know what namulagayi is? What is namulagayi? You don't know. This is what they call namulagayi. This thing. When somebody touches you by this, okumuona, techiba chichi, techiba changu. So this is what they call the namulagayi. Namulagayi walk too. That is the middle we are talking about in terms of when somebody touches the thing at its best, then you can tell that actually this person has touched my problem. So, according to the law, this election of special interest groups has to be understood. First of all, Bosco mentioned there are 6 categories of of special interest groups. 6 categories. We have number 1, the Katankaras. And when I talk of the Katankaras, what do you say? The what? The youth. That is number 1, because those are the Katankaras. However, single kuba abazibu. Kuba manyi baba na manji na buli kimu bagala nnyo kikozesa amaki amaanyi. Obwongo buba butono, asooka kukuba n'alyoka akunyonyola lwaki akubye. That's what the youth do. That's number 1. Number 2, we have the category of persons with disabilities. Abaliko obulemu ku mibiri gyabwe. Saabalema. Kubanga obulema buba buteesobola. Naye okubaako n'obulemu tekitegeeza nti tokola ki teweesobola, which you say in English that disability is not inability. Kuba ffenna abamu buli omu alina ki, buli omu aliko obulemu lwakuba buyinza okuba tebuli defined muki mu tteeka, naye buli omu alinako obulemu, buli omu alinako kyatasobola kukola ate omulala asobola okukikola oba okimukolera. So that is PWD. Number 3, we have the Bajajja. You have the what? The Bajajja, the older persons. That's category number 3. And the Bajajja start from 60 years paka jakola ki paka asinga obukulu jakoma asobola okukoma eyo mu 15 oba 10 oyo abeera ki jajja. So that's an older person. That's the 3rd category. Then we have a 4th category, and that 4th category is the category of what? Of what? Of what? Of women, abachala, bamama, ba special interest group. Temukitwala bubi bamama webaga nti muli ba special interest group. Tekitegeeza nti muli mu category yemu ne bali abalala. Naye kitegeeza nti muli banjawulo. You are special. Kyobulaba etteeka lyabakola ki? Lyabateeka mu bantu ab'enjawulo. Okay? So, and that one we are not going to dwell so much on the women. Because they have their also structures which we Electoral Commission will organize much later. Yeah, and it will come, the time will come, and we shall know whether omukyala abeera akyayo yayambala akakete oba ayambala gomesi oyo ayambala empale oba atayambala mpale, which I think there is no one atayambala ki nga bwe mukitegedde kati. So the women we shall have that category, and we shall define when time comes. So those are how many categories? Then we have the 5th category. The 5th category, bebachi, bebakakkalabi. Abachi? Abakakkalabi. Abakakkalabi kitegeeza ki? Abakozi, because they work in a place called chi, ekkakkalabizo. They do what? They have places where they work from. We shall come to know who are the workers. Abakakkalabi bebaani, abakozi bebaluwa. Waliwo abakozi ab'enjawulo, nammwe muyinza okubaamu abeekolera egyabwe n'olowooza nti aga nti neekolera gyange yandikoze gyange era alina kukola gigye, oluusi ne mubayita banneeko. Kati those categories of workers we shall come to know. Bagwawa abo banneeko bagwawa abeekolera egyabwe abatakola gyaffe. We shall come to know. So that is category number 5, the workers. Then we have category number 6. Category number 6 is the Uganda People's Defense Forces. Abamachi, abamaje, oba bebayita abachi, abakuumaddembe. Yes, they fall under the special interest group category under the law. Under the law. Okay? Era elections zaabwe nazo zijja kujja maaso eyo, era nazo ezaabwe they are conducted by the Army Council according to the law. It is not everyone who that everyone participates in that election. It is only the Army Council under the supervision of Electoral Commission. That is the law. Bwe mulikoowa ne mulaba nga mukikooye, mujja kubuulira bamemba bamwe aba parliament bagende mu parliament etteeka balikole ki? Naye bwe liba likyaliwo ffe bambi mutunenyeza buki bwereere. Ffe etteeka weeri litugamba tulina okugenda oba mbuya oba batuyise bombo oba batuyise wa Army Council gyetegese, etteeka litugamba tugendeyo tubabuulire engeri gye balina okubeera nga bakola ki, nga balondamu bamemba baabwe aba parliament. Nabo bajjanga ba special interest group mu parliament. Bo eno wansi tebaliyo, mu sub county mu parish tebaliyo, naye in parliament they are what? They are there by virtue of the law. So those are the 6 what? According to the what? Oyinza okwongeramu ebibyo nga gwe, naye kimanye nti byoyogeddemu biki? Bibyo ebyamateeka byebyo byembakoze eki? Byembagambye. Oyinza okusalawo noga nti omuwala eyakukyawa naye omusudde mu special interest group, tewali buzibu, ekyo mukimanyina munno ye yakola ki? Eyakukyawa. Okay? Waliwo ekibuuzo. Yes. Okay.
Mr. Baker, I need a clarity on that very issue. Is it only the UPDF
Name and the media.
I'm Hashim Sembus, I work with the Shua FM Mubende.
Shua FM.
Yeah. Is it only the UPDF in that act, or even police and prison, they are also described under the same procedure on that?
The law only talks about the army. And when it talks about the army does not include prisons and the what? And police. So that is, the Constitution talks about the army. For when it talks about the army, it excludes the what? But if you wish to include them, the vote is yours. You vote a member of parliament who will promote that, and then the law can be amended to include the prisons, to include the police, and to include the UP, these ones on the village. How are they called? LDU, and they include the LDU. If the law comes and it says all those ones are included, Electoral Commission will have no choice but to handle them. Okay? But currently, only the army.
Thank you, Council.
Yes.
What about the veterans? Because in the recent NLM structures, we had the veterans. They were also elected under special interest groups.
Okay. Now, according to the law, we have the special interest group called UPDF, Uganda People's Defense Forces. So, within their army rules and regulations, if the veterans are included as what? As part of the army, then they will be fronted by the Army Council, and then as Electoral Commission we shall come and conduct elections. Okay? So it depends. If the parties have decided to bring the veterans and they feel that those veterans can be included in the category of the army, then we can do what? Because they are I don't know, when you talk of a veteran, it's a loose word, it's not defined under the law as such. But it could be an army officer who has never been retired. So if he has not yet been retired, then he can be part of the process. Okay? Ekyo kikyo.
neyanzege nze munasingo Namirimu Mary nkola ne KTV njagala kumanya singa mba mukyala nga ndi munnamagye muna UPDF nga ndi muvubuka ate nga ndi mukozi yonna nonderayo.
Kibuuzo kirungi. Kibuuzo kirungi. Kakati buli wogenda ng'etteeka terikusiba, kitegeeza likola ki? Likuta. Kasete libanga terikusiba, then likola ki? Etteeka kye ligaana, what the law prohibits is somebody holding two positions, like in a progressive manner. For example, we shall see when we look at the youth elections, ez'abavubuka, bw'ogenda ku parish nga wavudde ku village, tosobola kuyimirira mu lukiiko lw'abantu nebagamba okumanya ndi w'amaanyi, nze ssentebe w'akakiiko k'okukyala ak'abavubuka, ate nze era ssentebe w'akakiiko k'omuluka ak'abavubuka. That is not allowed. Although practically some people do it, but the law does not allow you. The law does not allow you to hold two positions in a progressive election. You can, if you go up, you lose the lower position. But vertical, the law does not bite. The law does, if you are youth, you will participate in the youth elections. If you are at the same time a woman and women elections come, you will still participate. if you have a disability and you're a person with disability, you will still serve there. So you can serve in those offices. You can serve. Can serve because you qualify. Okay? The law does not prevent you that you have too much, you are youth, you are disabled, you are what. No, God has decided that you have all those categorizations so that you can serve all those people. The law does not prevent it.
Okay, thank you, Council.
Yes.
And my name is Mobiro Bashir. I work
Yes.
with Voice of Africa Radio.
Yes, Bashir.
I have a question concerning the people who are supposed to participate in elections. For example, we have the National Voters Register and the register for the special people.
Yes.
If at all someone doesn't surface in the register for the special group,
yes,
and is involved in the National Voters Register, can that person participate in the election of those people with special groups?
Okay.
And yet is not in the register?
Okay. First of all, my greetings to Kabogoza. Kabogoza was my roommate when I went for Hajj. And he told me he works with your media, which is what? Which is Voice of Africa. So he's my Hajj mate. Now, the first qualification is you must be on the National Voters Register. If you are a youth, for example, you have to first go to the National Voters Register. Then after being on the National Voters Register, then another categorization is made. From the National Voters Register, then we have the registers for the electoral colleges of each special interest group. So the moment you appear on the NVR, then you can easily be enrolled in these special interest group categories. On the basis that you are willing. Because the law says willing youth. Yeah? Willing older persons. Willing, because there are older persons who may not be willing to participate. If you are not willing, then you will not be put in this register. Because you are not willing. Because you can say, but this one is a youth. How come he's not in the electoral college? He was not willing. So the answer is, all those who are willing will be enrolled in the college. And those who are not willing will remain on the NVR and they will not be put in the what? In the college. But when we are nominating for these special interest groups, we nominate those who are in the college register. Those who are in the college register. Those will be nominated. If you are not, then we say you are not willing and we shall exclude you. If you have an afterthought and you later want to come, when we have already made our electoral college register, we shall tell you we are sorry. You cannot be included because we had a deadline, and that deadline was 17th February 2025, when we had the update of the National Voters Register. Is that okay? Can we proceed?
Thank you, Council.
Yes.
My concern is someone, after being elected, is not allowed to hold two positions.
Yes.
Now, what happens to this previous position I've been holding? Let's say I was elected as the village chairperson for elder persons. And I graduate to the parish level, sub-county level, and I'm given another responsibility. What happens is to my position at the parish. Does it remain vacant?
Okay. The law is very clear, and I want you to understand this. It is a very hard issue to understand, but it can be understood. When you are elected as a chairperson village A, yes, Kawama village. If you are elected as a chairperson, it is that office which will go to the level of the parish, not the individual. It is the office of the chairperson that will go to the parish. That is why the law does not allow somebody else to come in at what? At the parish level. from outside, because it is the office that takes you to the next contest. And that is why the law does not allow somebody to change affiliation, that you are independent, now you want to go to the party. When you go to the party, the office remains empty, so it cannot go to the next level, because it is empty. The moment you change, you lose it. Okay? So, when you progress to the next level, to the parish, yes, now you have assumed another office. You have assumed another office of chairperson of a parish. Okay? Now I've said these are the offices. The offices were used, the village offices were used to elect at parish level. So after the election, those who remained with their offices as voters came back. Now for you, if you are taken to the parish, your office becomes vacant. It becomes empty. So when it becomes empty, we are supposed to fill it. And it will be filled. And the law says, for the purposes of youth elections, that the National Council, the National Youth Council, will conduct those elections in consultation with the executive at that level. And they will inform Electoral Commission of the filled vacancies. And that will come later. At this level, Electoral Commission cannot fill those vacancies. We, in consultation with the executive that remained, it will report that tuli basatu instead of 9, where the others beyongerayo bagenda ku parish, bagenda ku sub-county. So, National Youth Council will organize and seek the support of Electoral Commission, and then we shall fill those positions.
I doubt that happens.
What is it? Because it is the law again which is saying what I'm saying. It is the law which is saying what I'm saying. The law says that those vacancies will be filled by the National Council in consultation with the executive, but Electoral Commission will support them, will supervise them, will support them with the material they need. All right? But it is not the responsibility of Electoral Commission to fill them now. Why? Because the Electoral Commission will be overwhelmed. It is still conducting these elections that are progressing up to national level. So if it will be over-constrained to come back and start filling the what? Start filling the position. I think that was the intention of the law. I said, you first finish. When you finish, then we can call you where we need your support to fill the what? To fill the vacancies. That's the position of the law in the National Youth Council Act and the regulations they are under.
Thank you, Council.
Okay. And you'll be the last question. I mean, that should be the last question so that I can proceed.
Council, I had the question.
Because I may answer some of the questions in my presentation.
I had a question that I thought I would reserve, but then you talked about it, and about registers of special interest groups. I have seen people complain,
yes,
that they were not included in the register, that their names were omitted and stuff like that. And the excuse has been, you did not register. Now that we are, the first thing is you must be in the National Voters Register.
Yes.
I am a youth, someone else is disabled, someone else is a woman, maybe a UPDF, someone else is a worker. All the persons. When we are compiling the National Voters Register, do we compile all this information? Say, Ramson, I'll be categorized as a youth. You know, Ramson, are you a youth? 18 and above? I know. Yes. PWD? No. Okay, someone says yes. Then someone else says, are you a worker? Someone says yes. So that at the end of the day, we have a National Voters Register that has details about the voters. From my understanding, this very register could be used to extract every other register. Probably except the UPDF one. I don't know whether they can also be registered. Extract every other register, and then people just come to confirm the willing ones. I see that being done, given the technology that we have. such that the willing ones come up and say, well, I am willing. Then after doing all that, probably that's when we can talk about, this is the willing ones. I see people being omitted because I know the period that people always have to come and say, I am willing, I am willing, I am willing, is normally a little period. For me, I see that extraction, you extract information, have a register, then people come and say, yeah, you registered, but when you registered at the National Voter Register, it did not say that you are PWD.
I have your answer. I have your answer. Number one, we said the principle is for you to be a voter in Uganda, you must be willing. If you are not willing, you may not register as a what? As a voter. You can even totally be left out. That is why we have NIRA as a body which registers citizens. And we have Electoral Commission which registers voters. So you can be a citizen the other side in NIRA, and then you are not this side of Electoral Commission because you are not willing to participate in the election. Although for you to be a citizen and you don't participate in the election of your what? Of your leaders. So that is number one. So what commission does, there are those categories that can easily be identified. So when we are compiling the register, which mandate is given to us by Article 61, yeah, to compile the register of the Constitution. When we are compiling, we include and say, this one, how old is he? Is this? So we put it in the category of what? We shall know that we have this as a youth. If we see that your age is 60, we shall know this one is a what? This one is what? An older person. But there are other categories that cannot easily be captured. For example, if you're a worker, we cannot tell. So that one, we cannot handle it at that level. That is why the law puts there the issue of update of the National Voters Register and display of the National Voters Register. We update, we call you to come and tell us what we have not included. But the problem with Uganda, I don't know whether it is Uganda or Ugandans or Africa or Africans. I don't know where the problem comes in. Ebintu tubijjukira ki? Late. Buli kaseera tuzuukuka late. We always wake up very what? Very late. Omuntu abali awo ne bamugamba nti kakati munnaye no wategedde twagala kufuula gundi. Nagamba mugenda kumfuula gundi ekaleka ngende. Kyokka ne gundi gwe bamugamba omufuula takoze eki? Tamutegedde. That's a problem. So we call you to come for update of the National Voters Register, you don't show up. Then somebody comes and says, ngenda kuwa milioni aga, abiri wesimbewo. And then he's like, naye ate sewandiisa. The opportunity has come, a million abiri ogagala, tewewandiisa. What happens? Ng'otandika kuyiya makubo, nkoze etya, ng'otandika kwagala kusumbuwa Electoral Commission. Wagaana okujja mu kaseera akatuufu wali olina okukola ki? Okujja. Kati olabye waliwo opportunities ze oyagala kukola ki? Oyagala kuyingirawo. Tujja kugamba nti nedda twawaayo etteeka liwa ekiseera. Between this time and this time, we are updating the National Voters Register. By 17th February 2025, we have closed that chapter. Now we are going for display. Kataimu ngetuuka we display bye watugamba. Wajja n'otugamba nti we waaka, wajja n'otugamba nti emyaka gyange mwali mugiwandiise bubi, wajja n'otugamba nti spelling y'erinnya lyange si bweti bweri, nze Kayondo si nze Kayongo. Like most people write my name. I'm Kayondo but they write Kayongo. Only one letter. Gi. It changes things. So I go there and say mwawandika Kayongo ate nze Kayondo. Then after that display. But later display no tunula no ganti my changes were captured. It's okay. But most of those people you are talking about, ogendo mubuza, yes, is it true that you made an attempt to register as a worker? Then he's like, yes, I did. I came, I was there. Then you ask him, to what document jebakuwa? Kwa chooses the particulars, because we give you a document. Hai rabika najoleza musuti, rabika yagwa, wana jiteka wa, sicha manyina jeri, kumbo olimba. Kumbo olimbo, yagala kuvumaganya kachi? Kachiko kabya kulonda. nti kajjamu abantu mu register kakyusakyusa ebintu by'abantu because olemereddwa olina miliyoni 2 ze bagambye okuwa olemereddwa okuqualifying oli akuwa 2 ogenda okikole kati olina kufuna gwoyonoona weeyiseewo ffe twonooneke. We should be honest, and that is what the law has provided, and I think it is clear. So if you want to be included in the category, you will do that during the update. And then after the display, we shall put you in that category. So your willingness will have come. You will not be in the other people who have come as a result of an afterthought. Okay? I think you are covered. Now, allow me mention the laws that are used in this process of election of special interest groups. And the first statement about those laws is very important. Listen to it. All the laws that were used or that we used in the last election, general election, that was 2021. In July last year, there was what they call a revision of the laws. The laws were revised and their numbering was changed. Most of them are no longer as they were, if not all of them. Okay? For example, we used to have the Local Governments Act, and we used to call it Chapter 243, Laws of Uganda. Now, as a journalist, if you quote a law and you say, Local Governments Act, Chapter 243, me, I will laugh at you and say, oh no, what is he talking about? When you go to the list of the laws, you will see that 243 is a different law now. It is no longer the Local Governments Act. As a journalist, they will say, onalabika akolera mu kyalo eyo wansi eyo deep in the village teri network tasobola kusoma ku internet tasobola kugoberera bintu. As a lawyer, if I go to court and I quote that law, the judge will just put down the pen and you speak and afterwards he says you are naked because you have said nothing. The moment you say wrong law, you have no case. So when I mention these laws, I want you to take that as a serious point, that the numberings they have changed. So you also do what? Change them. Waliwo ababeera n'obutabo ng'alina akatabo keke yakozesa mu 2021 akamawulire era akyakalina mwagenda okusoma gyabulira abantu. Bana etteeka lino liri bwe liti oluusi atuuza na lukiiko lulamba kuba bannamawulire babawuliriramu nnyo balinga basawo n'abakyuza n'ababuulira etteeka lino nze ndi w'amaanyi etteeka lino National Youth Council Activity ng'ogenda okwogera by'oyogera nga biki nga bikyamu. So let us capture that. Revised laws. There was a revision. And the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is law number 1. And for it remained as the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, as amended. Okay? And therefore it is chapter 1 because it is the law. It is the number 1 what? It's the number 1 law. Alright? We have the second law which we use in these elections called the Electoral Commission Act. The Electoral Commission Act is chapter 176. So those of you who used to know the old number, the new number is 176 Laws of Uganda. We have the Political Parties and Organizations Act, which regulates political parties and organizations. And that is chapter 178, the Laws of Uganda. We have the Parliamentary Elections Act, which is chapter 177 currently. Then we have the Local Governments Act, which I said previously it was 243. It is now 138. It is no longer 243. It is 138 Laws of Uganda. We have the Nkopa. We call it Nkopa for some people to wake up. It is called the National Council for Older Persons Act. National Council for Older Persons Act, chapter 112, Laws of Uganda. It is the one that regulates the election of older persons. 7, we have the Persons with Disabilities Act. The Persons with Disabilities Act, chapter 115. It is 115, 115, laws of Uganda. Namateeka agamu mazibu ga kuzza mu Luganda. Era nti etteeka ly'abaliko obulemu. Kaba kakola ki? Kaba kamala. Etteeka erikola ku kulonda kw'abakadde. Kaba kamala. Etteeka erikola ku obuki? Local governments. Government z'ebiki? Government z'ebitundu. Parliamentary Elections Act etteeka erikola ku baki? Ku bakiise b'eki? B'ebitundu. And the others. But I stopped at the Persons with Disabilities Act, chapter 115. Number 8, the National Women's Council Act, chapter 113, the laws of Uganda. 8, that is 8. National Women's Council Act, 113. Then, Eliabavubuka, the National Youth Council Act, the National Youth Council Act, chapter 114, 114, laws of Uganda. Then 10, the Registration of Persons Act. The Registration of Persons Act. Tekerikola kuwandiika abatuuze bobaba na Uganda. Registration of Persons Act. That is chapter 332, 332, laws of Uganda. That's where NIRA does its registration of births and dates. Then we have the Kampala Capital City Act. Kampala Capital City Act. Tekerifuga ekibuga ekikulu ekya Uganda. Kampala Capital City Act, chapter 195 currently. 12, we have the Labor Unions Act. Tekerifuga abakozi abawandiise. Kuba tulina abakozi abawandiise n'abatali ki? N'abatali bawandiise. We have those we call unionized workers and the non-unionized workers, as we shall see. Ojabasanga muteeka lino etuyise the Labor Unions Act, chapter 228. Okay? Basically agamateeka 12. But under those laws, there are regulations and rules, or rules and regulations. So this can also be law number 13. Attendant rules and regulations. Take a number 13. Attendant rules and regulations. Tujja kuba twogera ku National Youth Council Act, ate twogere ku National Youth Council Regulations. Ate twogere ku Older Persons Act, twogere ku Older Persons Regulations. Tujja kuba twogera ku Labor Unions Act, ate tugambe twogere ku Regulations of Election of Representatives of Workers to the District. Ezo regulations. Kati teeka number 14. Baliyita Electoral Commission Guidelines. Bayita Electoral Commission Guidelines. Electoral Commission ekwatagana amateeka negagaayamu negajjamu ebyangwira abawananchi, ebyangwira abaki abantu ba wansi nebireeta ze bayita ki guidelines. And each of these elections has guidelines. Find guidelines for election of youth, guidelines for election of older persons, guidelines for election of workers, guidelines for election of the person with disabilities. Okay? To simplify the work. So, those are the laws. Ago gemachi? Gemateka. Kati bw'omala ogategeera, then ng'ogenda ng'oddayo kuki? Ku nsonga. Nsonga eri ki? Ensonga eri nti we have the 6 categories ze twayogeddeko. Okay? Muganda wange bwe tukola emirimu Bosco Ngamirano yabinyonyodde ebisinga obungi yabinyonyodde naye nyinza okwongerako ettofaali ettonotono ku bumu ku obwo woyinza okuba nga tewakoze eki tewawedde ennyalwe ng'Abaganda bwe bagamba that we are not satisfied. Okay, we have, I will start with the youth, okay, because that is the most crucial, the youth. Now with the youth we have two words which we have to understand. You'll always find youth council, then find the word youth committee. And now you want to know what is the difference between a council and a committee. Okay? It is important to know. Now, when we talk of a council, we are talking about the governing body, the whole body. We are talking about the whole body. And when we talk of the whole body, we mean all those people who sit to discuss the matters of the youth. They are called a what? A council. Example for the village. Every willing youth who is 18 years and below 30 years and is in that particular village, yes, called Kauga. Yes? That youth at Kauga who is willing, who was registered at that village is a member of the village what? The village council. Okay? So the council will sit to discuss issues of the youth. All of them who registered, they will sit and discuss. Abavubuka batandise okukwata abakazi abavubuka abasajja lwakuba ennaku zino banga nti n'abakazi bakwata abasajja lwakuba bo tebakwatisa maanyi, bo bakwatisa butego. Bakwatisa butego, akutega butezi daga neeteze naawe n'okola ki n'olugwamu bannyabo muba mutugudde. Naye ffe tukwasa ki? Kati ffe tukwasa kibuli awo wewali enjawulo. Naye so those youth can sit in a meeting and discuss issues concerning the what? The youth. Baizo ga PDM bajiwa bakulu bokka naffe twagala kuki? Ng'abavubuka naffe twagala PDM bagituweeko. So they sit and say a resolution tugiyisizza tugende tusabe PDC naffe bagituwe ng'abaki? Ng'abavubuka. So that is why these councils are what? Are there. But for purposes of election, okay, at village level, abo bonna abali wiiringi bajja kukola ki? Bajja kulonda. Kati bwe batuula okulonda balonda committee. They elect a what? A committee. So a committee is the leadership. Okay? Council is the one that discusses the whole issues. The committee are the what? Are the leaders. So at village level, under the National Youth Council Act, yeah, they call it the National Youth Council Act, which we say it is chapter what? Which we say it is chapter 11 what? 114. Under that law, there are hierarchies, what they call hierarchies. The youth councils are established. There are how many? We are going to see. Those youth councils, they are provided for under section 6 in hierarchy. Section 6 of the National Youth Council Act gives the hierarchy from village to what? To national level. Okay? So at village, we shall have, that is now category number 1 in the hierarchy. From down, we have the what? The village. And what we have as a village council is provided for under section 6, subsection 1. Okay? All those who are willing will assemble and elect from among themselves 9 leaders. 9 what? 9 leaders. And those 9 leaders, my colleague mentioned them. And those positions, if you want to know where those positions are as a journalist, please go and look for the National Youth Council Act, chapter 114 and read section 9, subsection 1. Section 9, subsection 1. It will tell you that the executive has a chairperson, vice chairperson, general secretary, publicity, secretary for women affairs, secretary for finance, secretary for students affairs, and the like. Okay? So that is the committee and the village council. I'll take it over lunch. Then next level after this, the village, we have the parish. When we go to the parish, that is section 6, subsection 4 of the National Youth Council Act. It provides for the parish council. And section 10, subsection 2, section 9. Section 9, it says that when you get the council, from the council, you'll get the executive. That's section 9, which tells you that. Are we together? Section 9. Yes? That very section 9 I've talked about. The subsection 1, it shows you the executive. Then, under that 9, there are other subsections. In those other subsections, there is a subsection which says, you will elect the committee from among the number of the what? Of the council. And for parish, the council is like this. If you have 3 villages, yes? You have 3 villages. So each village will have 9. This one will have 9 and this will have 9. So you have 3. 9 times 3 is what? 27. Now, the 27 will be the parish what? Parish council. Assuming the parish is called Abubeka. And then you have village A, village B, and village C. Now the parish council, Abubeka, yes, will have the 3 village. Those 3 village executive committees will be forming the council. Now, from the 27, the 27 will go and line up and elect the 9. Okay? The 27 will go and line up and elect the 9 executive committee members. Okay? That is for the parish. And that is for the parish. Now, for the sub-county, division, town council, like we mentioned it, when you go to the law, section 6, subsection 5, it will show you the composition of the sub-county council. And what is that composition? It is the 99 from each parish. Now, we were talking about Abubeka as a parish. We can now add Simon as a parish. Because we need to be gender sensitive and also religious sensitive. So if you have Abubeka parish, you have Simoni parish. You have those 2 parishes. Okay? So each of these 2 parishes will bring the 99. Okay? From the what? The 2 parishes, the 99. So those 99 will be how many? 18. So you will have that as one category within a sub-county. If we give that sub-county name, which name can we give now? Kabula Muliro. We have given the sub-county Kabula Muliro. It has 2 parishes. It has parish Abubeka, it has parish Simon. So parish Simon and parish Abubeka under Kabula Muliro sub-county, they have brought 18 what? 18 members. But those are not the only people. The council is not yet full. You add on at the sub-county level 2 UNSA students. So they join the 18 and they become 20. And that is, the council is not yet complete. They also bring a youth person with a disability from that sub-county. Not parish, from that sub-county. The organization will propose a name, and that name will be forwarded to join the what? The 20. and then they become 20 what? 21. And the 21 will go and line up to elect 9 from among the what? From among the 21. And they form a committee, which is called the sub-county what? Committee. Are we together? Then the sub-county is over. Now we go to the district. When we reach at the level of the district, the law is section 6, subsection 6. Section 6, subsection 6 of the National Youth Council Act. It provides for the district youth council, stroke city. If you are in Masaka city, you are in Lira city, you are in Bale city, if you are in a city, as the district elects, the city also elects. So, what is the composition at district level? Our bintu bichukamu, be careful. When you reach the district, not everyone will come now. We shall no longer bring the 9. But journalist mbegayiridde kano mukawulirize nnyo emivuyo gijjawo nyaawo atutuse ku district. Ne baleeta omwendo ogwaki? Ogwa sub-county. Kubanga babadde bamanyidde ki? Abantu abamu bamanyira ebintu ne bakola ki? Ne bayonoona. Bw'omanyira ekintu n'onyonoona, omuntu akugamba nviiramu awo ku sseero. Naye onoonya otunula sseero ogenda omuteeka ng'olabawo haasi. Nuga sseero eruwa. Abantu bamanyira ebintu. N'agamba sabbuuni anaaba. Kati kuggwe ne sabbuuni ani anaaba? Sabbuuni anaabisibwa. Ayagala kologeti, nva ku kologeti, nze nina bright, siina ki? Siina kologeti. Kati bwe tumanyira ebintu, oluusi tukola ki? Twonooneka. Tobeera mu bantu abo bamanyira ebintu ne boonooneka. Waliwo kyendeseeyo sijja kyogera, abasajja bo bakimanyi. Bakiyita kawempe maganjo. Bakimanyiira ne babeera ku ekyo. Naye nkireseeyo sikyogedde. Kati section 6, subsection 6, it provides for what? It provides for the district youth council. And the district youth council is made of the following. Number 1, you go to every sub-county and pick a chairperson. Only. Buli sub-county ogenda n'ojjayo ki? Ssentebe. You only get the chairperson. Tuli mu kukola district ki? Youth council. Ng'omala ng'ogenda mu buli sub-county ng'ojjayo secretary for women affairs. Abo babiri bokka be twakalonda ku 9, abalala basigalayo. Ng'ogenda ng'ojjayo gwe bayita secretary for finance. Owaki? Owa sub-county. Abo bameka? Basatu. Bokka bojjayo ku 9. Ntegerekese bulungi? Ntegerekese bulungi? Abalala basigalayo mu bifo byabwe. Tuleetako bameka? Chairperson, secretary for women affairs, and secretary for finance. Abalala bali ludda wa? Mugende mubuuze etteeka. Mugende mubuuze ki? Etteeka litugambye kujjayo bameka? Basatu. Kati abo nga tubongerako abayizi bameka? 2 students abayunsa. Ngabo ba students ababiri, 1 shall be female. Ngera bwe kyabadde ku ki? Ku sub-county. Kati abo nga beegatta ku bana abameka? Abasatu. Buli sub-county. Nga tugenda tujjayo mu sub-county. Jukira ku district. Bw'ogenda oba olina sub-county katugeze 4. Sub-county ziri meka? 4. Kati ojjeyo bameka? Basatu mu buli sub-county 4 baba bameka? Baba 12. Kati abe 12 bw'oleeta ku district, bw'obaleeta ng'obagattako youth omu. So si nti buli sub-county ogenda ojjayo youth. Oyo aba wa district aba special, bali aba sub-county baba basigaddeyo. okujjako nga yajjiddemu bano oba yazzenga secretary for finance oba yazzenga secretary for women affairs oba yazzenga chairperson kuba asobola okulondebwa eri wansi najjanga chairperson okitegedde naye wekibanga si kyekyo bano abasatu times 4 they are what 12 ne tugattako ababiri bawunsa students those are how many 14 ne tugattako a youth with disability ow'omu district abo bameka kati election eyo y'abantu bameka kati 15 bebeerondamu abameka executive ey'omeka ey'omwenda kati awakalulu kaba katabuse because if you are 15 and they want 9 that means the 6 are the ones that are going to do what to remain as people without what without offices without what got it people without polio people without polio nga bwe mwogedde so those ones abo basigala wali nga tebalina before kati that is the district what the district council kati council muyo mubeeramu committee okitegedde bano betujja tulonda be babeera bakulira ki council kati district council bwekyo bwebeera ebeeramu the 9 abalondeddwa okay nebeeramu ne bano be batalonze betugambye omukaaga abasigadde kati bonna awamu ne baba 10 bameka 15 ne bakola emirimu gyabwe kuki ku district kati nsembyayo ne national youth council bwe tuva ku district esembayo waggulu yeki national youth council national youth council under section 4 subsection 1 it is provided for section 4 subsection 1 okay kati eyo it will give you the following members national youth council bano be bagiriko asooka kati tuddamu kiri kye twabadde tukola kuki ku sub county betwasise ne bakola district kati tuddamu ne tukikola ku district natunoonya national ogenda mu buli district nojjayo ki chairperson nojjayo ne secretary for women affairs nojjayo ne secretary for finance noleeta ne representative of youth with disability okay ku national ki national level tumujjayo ku district organization in the at the national level ereeta ki nudipu ereeta over those organizations they bring a what a representative ogu one netumugattako kati ate ku luno bayunsa students tebakyali babiri ku national level baba bameka they are 4 at national level they are 4 and 2 of whom shall be female tegede bulungi of the 4 2 are what they shall be female and 1 must be from a secondary school now they are restricting owa university tajja owa tertiary institution tajja alina kuba waki wa secondary school eyo obwedda tugamba baleete ba student baabwe nga bwe babaagala oba avudde mu tertiary oba avudde wano baagala waki he must be from a secondary school or she must be from a secondary school at national level under section 10 subsection 2 under section 10 subsection 2 we have the committee we have the what called the National Youth Committee mukansa abo bembagambye beerondamu committee gye beerondamu eri gye tuvudde obwedda tulina positions mwenda up to the district when it comes to the national level the positions are 11 kweyongerako 2 offices the office of Secretary for External Relations, and the office of Secretary for Legal Affairs. Those offices will be added at national level. Temuyomba muli abantu bayomba bulijjo tulonda mwenda kati ate babano batubba Electoral Commission etubba kuneerese 11. The law is here. Goba munamawulire sirika toswala omuzze ebbali. You help these people baleme kuswala. Kozi oluusi boogera ebintu nga tebalina ki. Fe mu ddiini baatugamba eyaffe ey'obusiraamu kitoyogera nga ekintu kyotolinaako kola ki kumanya. Bw'oba tokinako kumanya kola ki sirika. Ate nkimanyi ne mu ddiini endala era bwe kiri. Bagamba kyotolinaako kumanya kikole ki ekyo papa yakimanyi ng'osirika. Okay? So those are the most important issues. The other issues were discussed by my brother, and I think as far as youth elections are concerned. Now, if you want to broadly discuss these other issues, you want to understand the PWD structures. The PWD structures are very easy. He explained them. For them, the PWD structures, from the village, you have 5, okay? You have 5 executive members. All the willing persons with disability at the village, they will assemble, and from among themselves, they elect 5 what? 5 executive committee members. 5. Then when they go to the parish, the 5 from each parish, they assemble and do what? Also elect what? 5. Then when they go to the sub-county, they get the 5 from the parish. Then from among themselves, they get 5 to lead at the what? At the sub-county. At the district, the same thing. You get 5 from every sub-county, and then they assemble and they elect from among themselves what? 5. And for purposes of elections, those are the councils. But persons with disability councils will have other members to discuss their what? Their issues. These ones are for only elections. Okay? They are for only elections, and after elections, they will cease to operate. They will cease to operate. They only operate for purposes of what? Elections. Okay? They will leave the others to remain as leaders in terms of leadership. Okay? And if you want to understand that, I will refer you to the law. The Persons with Disabilities Act, Chapter 115. You can look at sections 43, subsection 1. You look at section 44 of that law. You look at section 48, subsection 2. Okay? And for the structures I have explained, okay? The 5, you go to what they call the 7th schedule. You go to Schedule 7 of the PWD Act. They will tell you all those 5. Electoral Commission, this is where we get these things. Okay? This is where we get these things. Now, for older persons, I told you we have a law called what? Called what? NCOPA. Called NCOPA. NCOPA, if you abbreviate it. It is National Council for Older Persons Act. And I said that law, which is chapter 112. 11 what? 2. You can go and look at, for older persons, you can go and look at section 28, subsection 1. Section 28, subsection 1, and subsection 2. Okay? There are also regulations under that law. They are called National Council for Older Persons Act Regulations. National Council for Older Persons Regulations number 29 of 2015. Of 20 what? 2015. Okay? You can also go to Schedule 2. Okay? Schedule 2. Schedule 2 will give you the offices. Yes? Schedule 2. provision 2, it will tell you there is a vice chairperson, there is a chairperson, there is a, okay? Abo nabo tubamaze, by older persons. I want to conclude with workers. Okay? I want to conclude with workers. Now, with the workers, because I know time is now against us, okay? I've told you, most of the issues of workers, you go to the Labor Unions Act, chapter 228, and also go to Labor Unions, election of workers representatives to district councils, regulations of 2016. Okay? Labor Unions, in brackets, election of workers representatives to district councils, regulations 2016. Those ones will show you that the councillors for workers are only at the district. We don't have them at the sub-county. We don't have them below. They are only at the district, in the local government mainstream. Okay? Now, the other crucial issue is, if you want to understand the issues of workers, apart from the Labor Unions Act and those regulations I've talked about, you also need to look at the Parliamentary Elections Act. Parliamentary Elections Act. That act, especially under section 15. Section 15 of the Parliamentary Elections Act. It shows you how the members of parliament are what? Are elected. Okay? Yes. And the Parliamentary Elections Act, we said, is chapter 100 what? 77. Now, let me give you a few definitions and we call it a day, because I know more questions will be coming and we shall answer the other issues. Let me give you a few definitions about these workers' issues. First of all, what you should know is the definition of a worker. Who is a worker? Who is a worker? Neko na ye worker. Kyankule wali ku speak chicho yogerako kwe. Sikola. Kati naye aba mukozi. Ah. Yekolera jani? Yekolera jije. Jigasa mmwe badamwe buzabuza. Now, a worker means any person who performs services. Any person who performs services. Tugenda mpola mpola. Tonga nti ye takola service. Kale akola service naye tukyagenda. In exchange for remuneration. In exchange for remuneration. Asasula omuki? Omusaala. Kati weebuuze. Naye bamusasula. Mubaluma nga baba goba emisinde ku boda boda nga mubalumye. Now, the definition is still going. The next stage, they say, other than, kati batandise okujjamu, other than abatali, meaning offers a service, gets a remuneration, but kano kakulu lindirira. This is what they say. Now, a person who performs services as an independent contractor, as a what? As an independent contractor. When you are, who is an independent contractor? Eh? Who is an independent contractor? Eh? Eyekozesa is an independent contractor. Neko abakyalimu baba bamugye mudda. Ate yekozesa tewaliwo yamuwa mulimu ogwo ye yagwewa. Omusajja alina supermarket ye. A man has his supermarket. Ye nanyini supermarket. Is he a worker? Nene kalina supermarket? Mwe mujja mu biki? Supermarket ya Neke eyo Katonda agira anteeka wala nayo. Ebiseera ebingi oyinza kujja mu bikaawa ebiwooma biba bito. Yes. Hey. That is not in Uganda. As far as I know, in Uganda, the moment you call yourself a Neko, then you have flouted the law. It is criminal. In Uganda, it is criminal. Although you do it, but it is what? It is criminal. So, we are talking about independent contractors. We are talking about people who, like you are manager of a supermarket, you not be called a worker because you manage of a supermarket. You are an independent contractor. So those independent contractors will not be included. Naeba akozesa, they will be included. Okay? Who does what? Is that one a worker? He gives the service in exchange for which remuneration? But when we are talking about remuneration, we are talking about a salary. We are talking about a wage. Does he get a wage? Does he get a salary? Answer is no. Eyekozesa teyesasula. So oyo tebamutunuulira definition emuleka emuleka bbali. Yes. Kati pota ku kizimbe ye mukozi. Kubanga ayina ki? Fundi. Kati ye fundi tabeera ki? Tabeera mukozi kuba ye nannyini ki? Independent contractor. Etteeka litunuulira pota. Anti kati nze nti mbitadde mu Luganda kubanga ffe fundi tumanyi ye engineer. Okay, kati asembayo waggulu. Oyo gwe tugamba asembayo waggulu. Bw'abanga ye tafuna musaala nga tasasulwa, nga teyeesasula tasasulwa, then tabeera ki? Tabeera waaka, taba mukozi yaaba omukozesa. Waliwo omukozi n'omukozesa. Kati omukozesa sitaba mukozi. Very clear definition. Then ekyokubiri, this category is also excluded. Ne bano bavaamu. Etteeka ligamba or an apprentice who is engaged primarily for the purpose of receiving training in a trade or a profession. But trainee, but volunteers, they are not regarded as workers. But teaching, student teacher, but teaching assistant. You are in training. If you are in training, you are not taken by that definition. Are we together? Kati you worker under the law. Then you have categories B of workers. Waliwo category gye bayita unionized workers. Wawe bayita bani? By unionized workers. Wabeerawo we bayita ba non-unionized workers. Kati ezo categories ebbiri nkulu nnyo okutegeera for purposes of election, because after knowing the main definition of a worker, then we go to the categories. Non-unionized yaluwa, unionized yaluwa. Generally speaking, bwe twogera ku unionized worker, twogera ku mukozi ono gwe twogedde asasulwa omusaala, naye ng'ayina ekibiina kyakola ki? Kyabeeramu ekimugatta, kye bayita trade ki? Trade union, whatever name it may have. Era list y'abo be bayita ba unionized workers, Electoral Commission egifuna ku registrar by law. Etteeka ligamba registrar owa labor unions from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is the one who compiles the list of all the registered trade unions and the members who must be also on our NVR, our National Voters Register. Then those categories naleeta list nagiforwarding the Electoral Commission. Electoral Commission gyekozesanga register mu elections z'aba workers. Esinziirako eyo list nekola register for election of workers, especially the category of unionized. Simple. The non-unionized, who are they? The law has not squarely defined the unionized. The non-unionized are defined. No, the non-unionized are defined under the law. The non-unionized are defined under the law. But the unionized are explained. They can easily be understood from the what? From the trade unions and that system of trade unions. You can understand the what? The unionized. But if you want to get the definition, you can ask Mr. Google. He has the definition, of course, for the unionized. Our union. Our union, like I have explained to you, they say a unionized worker or unionized workers are employees who come together or who join together in a trade union to collectively bargain with their employer for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. So that is the unionized. Okay? That's the definition. Then the non-unionized, they are those ones who are not in those trade unions. And the law has defined them to say that any person who is not a member of any registered trade union, a person who is not a member of any registered trade union, but performs services in exchange for remuneration. In exchange for what? For remuneration. Kachao, house girl, shamba boy, all those ones. Or teachers who may not be in what? In trade unions. Or you who may be working wherever you are working and you get a remuneration. But you are not. But you're not in a what? In a trade union. Other than a person who performs services of one independent contractor, the other exclusion also comes in. Independent contractor out. Apprentice out. Okay? For the what? For the non-unionized. Okay? So, those are the two categories. Non-unionized and unionized. Unionized, they belong to trade unions. Non-unionized, they don't have any trade union they belong to, but they give a service and they get a remuneration, a wage or a salary. Ebyo bimala. Bwensukaka omuyinza okufuna ebizibu. So those who want other things, we can get them as we go along. Thank you for listening to me. I've enjoyed your class. You're a very good journalist class.
A round of applause. Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Kayondo. In the interest of time, please let's welcome our next presenter. I think that's much better. Then we have a session for these questions. Time is against us. I hope we are ready. Our next presentation is from the one and only, a veteran, a father, a friend, Mr. Guma Samuel is going to take us through the basics, back to the basics of journalism. He has been around and about. He has seen it all. I'm sure the rest is going to introduce himself better. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Guma Samuel. I don't think we need to stretch. We are still fine, isn't it? Let's stretch a bit. Let's stretch a bit as Mr. Guma organizes himself. Olivia, come. Olivia, come. You want to delegate, Jude?
Yes, I delegate.
No, I want a lady this time. Please, places of convenience.
I delegate to
Okay. To access places of convenience, please you move out and then turn left at the extreme end. So who's coming? Okay, please, please come. Oh, I just pick someone? I pick, eh? Lady, you come. Come. Just take us through anything. We go with the man? Okay, I'm seeing a very tall man here. Looks very fit. Please come and join me. Don't think twice. Don't think twice. You know what to do? Anything. Take us through any stretches, whether verbal, physical, psychological. Mention your name.
Hello all. My name is Lawrence Coco. Hello all. Hi. My name is Lawrence Coco and I work with UBC Radio. Can you all stand up? The ladies behind and the gentlemen.
Stand up.
Okay. Okay, for a minute you're going to leave your seat and you move aside, just for a minute. So, okay, you're going to leave your seat for a minute and you move aside. So we're going to just straight. And we hold our breath low.
Okay, full instructions, please.
I'm going to count from 5 to 0, then you breathe out, right? 1, 2, 3, we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Then you're going to do our wrists. Yes. Like this. Yeah, I think I've set the pace for the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for you, please.
Good afternoon. So, as you can see, I've already been set up. I have been called at lunchtime when you're already hungry. And I've been set up to follow behind some very dynamic, charismatic presenters. So the best I can do is basically to give you 20 minutes of journalism, and then we should go eat. Right? Okay, so the only reason I'm talking to you today is because if you look around the room today, I might be the only person who covered the promulgation of the 1995 Constitution. Is there any other person who was present at the Nile Mansions on 8th of October 1995 as the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda was being promulgated? I was there and I was doing it live. So some of you have been doing X Spaces and some of you are doing Facebook Live and you think you invented live. But we are doing live in 1995. Long before X or Twitter was invented, we had television. Long before television was there, we had radio. And long before radio was there, we had newspapers. Now the interesting thing is that at each corner of each of those media, there was a death announcement. What do I mean? when the printing press was invented by a German engineer, we thought the village crier was going to die. You know, before the printing press, villages had people who would go around drumming and making special announcements. And that was the media. When the printing press was invented, we thought that was the end of the village crier. Wrong? Because today we still have people spreading word of mouth on villages. So is the village crier dead? Pretty much alive. When radio was invented in the 1820s with the Marconi, people thought this is the end of print. Why? Because why should I spend all my time looking at this print when someone with a friendly voice, you know, like Haji Kayondo, can be on the microphone speaking to me directly? Why should I? So there was a death announcement for the end of the print era. Did print die? Print is pretty much alive, or is it alive now? Now, then television came, and we thought this is the end of the rest of the media. Why? Because apart from images, we could see people, we could see them in color, we could see them in real time. And there was a death announcement for the rest of the media. End of print, end of the village crier, end of radio, because TV has arrived. Did radio die? Okay. Has print died? Now this is a warning to some of us, because some of you have become very, very consumed by new media, and you think that the existence of new media means death to old media. Thank you very much, because some of you are more popular on your YouTube channels and on your X spaces and on your Facebook pages than your own media houses. But are your media houses dead? No, they are not dead, and probably are not dying. So, people have been here telling you, you're very important. You, the journalists. The only reason I can, or the only thing I can add on is to tell you how important you are and why you're not going to die. So civilizations rise and civilizations die. But if there is only one thing that has kept humanity and mankind moving forward, it is the media. Now, it is information and the mass media that make life as we know it and make civilization as we know it go on. And because I have only 20 minutes, I'll just simply tell you, without knowledge, information, and media, production becomes disaster and failure. Without the media, even reproduction becomes a disaster. Some of you have heard about planned kids, and maybe you might say even wild animals without media reproduce. But if you reproduce like rabbits or lions or pigs, what will happen? That's reproduction without media and information. What is justice without media and information? Justice without media and information becomes law of the jungle. And what is defense without media and information? If you have no news, no information, and no media, defense only exists for the strong, for the fast, and for the camouflaged. Your only chance of survival is if you're strong. You either have to be an elephant, an antelope, or a chameleon. And I think none of us is like that. So while Council Kayondo was telling us about, I think it was Mr. Ngavirano, was telling us about little people. The reason the law protects little people and we do not trample them everywhere is because of the existence of information. And how did it come about? Because from the time humanity existed, from the time of Adam, those of you who are religious, or from the time of the Big Bang, as soon as humanity emerged, we're told 35,000 years ago or 200 years ago, depending on who you are, mankind has continued to gather, process, disseminate, and store information. Now, for those of you who are excited about new media does not exist and it wouldn't be useful if mankind had not been storing information. Now here many of us are very, very proud about something called data. I don't know how to pronounce it properly because I come from a part of the country where we call it data. But many people call it data. And we are told now the next world, the next generation is going to be ruled by big data. The Electoral Commission cannot function now unless their data banks are up to date. But these data banks are nothing other than storage of information that can be easily disseminated. And so what is it? What's the difference between mainstream media and the so-called new media? It's nothing. It's the mechanisms that have changed, but the rules remain the same. So if you forget anything else that I say today, just remember, it's the means that have changed. The rules are still the same. Why and what does the media do for us? Traditionally, the media is supposed to provide information, education, and entertainment. As they say, anything else is ebigenderako. Now, you've heard countries say that unless we instill a spirit of nationalism or patriotism, in some countries, nationalism is now frowned upon. So we talk about patriotism. Countries will not exist. The basic job of the media, as we are, is to provide a platform where citizens, or what we call the ruled, and the rulers are able to interact with each other in a way that enables those societies to move forward. But at some point in my life, I was working in a radio up country, and I was asked, why would a radio station in some place in Kanungu run international news today? Why should a radio station that is broadcasting to the people in Kisoro run the news today about an Israeli prime minister meeting an American president? What's the purpose of that? Would you like to hazard an answer? Yes.
We're in a global village, literally. Even when we think what happens in the US or in China or in Russia does not affect us, we are indirectly affected by them. After all, the loans that we have are from China, whatever decisions, sometimes we make decisions out of the influence of those people.
Now, that's what media does. We use generalities to answer particulars. And that's the fallacy of the people we call journalists. Okay, so what is a global village? I am from Kanungu. What is a global village? Yes,
Something which happens worldwide.
Something which happens worldwide is a global village. That is journalism. So the Prime Minister of a state of Israel is meeting the President of the United States of America. Why should I, a radio station in Kanungu, run that story today? I can see your eyes are saying I shouldn't ask you, so I'll pass it on.
My name is Devon Sobi from Observer. I think that story should run because first of all we are living in a global village whereby the world has changed, like maybe from trade, international politics, that something that is happening in Russia, in US, can also affect me in the long run.
Okay, did you hear the answer? Russia, Ukraine, global village, whatever happens there can affect him in the long run. But I'm doing the story today. And my job and duty as a journalist of a community radio in Kanungu is to inform, educate, and entertain the people of Kanungu, my community. Why am I running Netanyahu and Trump? I think the point is made. So, colleagues, the answers will come. The answers do not reside in generalities. They reside in particulars. So if you're asked for the weakness of the media today, the weakness that we have is because we try to answer specific questions using general terms. General terms do not inform. General terms do not educate, and general terms may entertain. Now, you may entertain people because Trump is an entertainer, so anytime he's on the screen, he will be entertaining. And I'm told even his hair is entertaining. But one of the reasons you may be forced to run that story is because recently we had a flood of refugees. Is there any connection between refugees and war in the Middle East? If yes, then we should run it. Recently, we had something called ballistic missiles. Have you heard of a thing called ballistic missiles? And we have been told some of them can fly 6,000 miles. Do you know the distance between Israel and Uganda? You should know because July 4th, once again, 1976, was commemoration of Operation Thunderbolt. How many people know about Operation Thunderbolt? Okay, you know about the old airport of Entebbe? You know the Israeli commandos who attacked it and burnt all our MiG fighters that we had over there, except the ones that President Amin had hidden in Nakasongola. But those which were at Entebbe were all burnt, and they took their hostages and also took their aircraft. The aircraft wasn't theirs, it was an Air France. And they took their dead body. They only left one old woman who had been taken to hospital. That was just July 4th. What's the date today? Today is 8th. So 1976, today is 2025. We are almost 50 years ago. Now that should show you how old I am. Okay? Now, how many people were alive in 1991? Gulf War. How many people had a thing called a Scud missile? A Mizinga Saddam. Heard about them? Omuzinga gwa Saddam could fly from Baghdad in Iraq and reach Uganda in exactly 32 minutes. 32 minutes. Now, Iran has made a Muzinga called Fatah 2, which is about 4 times faster than the Muzinga gwa Saddam. So, if a Muzinga gwa Saddam could reach Uganda in 32 minutes, and Fatah 2 is 3 times faster, how long will it take Fatah 2 to reach Uganda?
10 minutes.
Pardon? Between? Hey, 32 divided by 3?
10.0.
About 10.5 minutes, the Muzinga will be here. And those Muzinga are being launched already. And we are told sometimes when they get launched, they get lost because they can be hacked. And they could be hacked and be sent here. So they are busy in a global village thinking about Russia and Ukraine. And you could actually be under the explosion of a Muzinga called Fatah 2. So why do we need to talk about Olutarwa, Iran, and Israel? Because Israel has a very long history of Mukono Mtupu, a very long arm. Okay? Do we have Iran interests in Uganda? Have you shopped at the Iran permanent exhibition? Colleagues, the answers have come. So forget about a global village, forget about Ukraine, think about what matters to you. Some of you have Persian rugs. Oh, rugs is a bad word in our language. But they call them rugs. But for us we call them carpets. Carpet and nunji. The ones with the flowers on them. Woolen ones. Exactly, Ezechoya. Now, those are made in Iran. So is there a possibility that Olutarwa Iran can affect you? Exactly. Nemigati Jari Jikoyi. So, while we pursue international news in a local context, we must contextualize it to fit in our situation. Otherwise, we are simply being entertaining and we are being empty drums. What is good media? Please note, I'm not talking about journalism, because many of you are not journalists. It is very difficult to address people with this number in a room and call them journalists, otherwise I might be stoned. And trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Because to be a journalist means you are going to be shackled by certain rules. Many of you are media practitioners. We are media workers. That term is better encompassing for all of us. So what is good media? Number one, good media must be independent. But how can UBC be independent of the state, of the Republic of Uganda? And how can CBS be independent of the Kingdom of Uganda? How can you be independent when you are a worker of a radio station owned by a particular honorable who is seeking re-election this term? So in our context, what does independence mean? Does it mean you are incapable or we are incapable of having good media in Uganda? CBS, does it mean we are incapable of having good media if good media means independent media? What one? Are we incapable of having good media? He has coughed the answer. Okay, colleagues, independence in our context, because I know you like accusing academics and lecturers of being theoretical. Now I told you I covered the promulgation of the 1995 Constitution and I've been in the newsroom since. I'm still in the newsroom. So I might be one of the longest serving newsroom persons in the country now. Independence in our context, Salt Media, does not mean you are independent of your boss. Independence in our context means being very clear about what you cannot be independent of. Does that make sense? Independence means stop pretending to be independent of what you cannot be independent of. If you are owned by a pastor, do not pretend to the audiences that you can be independent of the wills and wishes of the church that founded you. Be very clear of who owns you, what you can and cannot do under those circumstances. Short of that, you're taking an audience for a ride, you're being unethical, and outrightly, you're actually being stupid, because you assume the audience cannot understand it. So are we capable of having good media in Uganda, independent media? Absolutely yes. Independent media basically meaning do not ever pretend to be independent of what you can't be independent of. You are owned by a businessman who also happens to be running a supermarket. And the supermarket has caught fire, and you are incapable of running the story, or you have been ordered. Don't say anything about that story. Do not pretend and say, for us, we are owned by so-and-so, but we are allowed to be independent. That way, you are simply being disingenuous, and you can't be good media. The rest are very simple. Responsible simply means do not produce deliberate errors. Mark my word, I am not saying media, good media does not have errors. That media is in heaven, not on earth. Okay? Responsible media means you are aware of your own limitations. Do not pretend when you have been caught in an error, you've committed a mistake. Very simple. Own up. That's what makes media responsible. Quality assurance. In our days, those days long ago, it was impossible to have a story on air, a story in print, unless it has gone through minimum 3 hands. Minimum. Some stories went through about 5 to 7 hands, depending on which side of the print it went on. For us in broadcasting, it would be about 2 to 3. The writer, the immediate supervisor, and the editor before it goes on air. Right now, most stories go through minimum no hand. No hand, because you're basically blabbering it. You will not even written it. Haven't you seen that? Someone has gone on air and has started broadcasting. Nothing written, nothing read. So it hasn't gone through any hand. It has just simply come from someone's mouth. Now, is it possible under those circumstances to avoid error? Impossible. So if you want to be good quality media, and I'm not talking about media houses, I'm talking about even your own channels. Try and be consistent. Write something before you say it, or at least write the prompts. I'm not saying script everything. Write the prompts of what you intend to say. Am I talking to some bloggers? You might be good and talented, but it pays to be consistent. You might be entertaining, but you'll actually be better off if you can script something. Just write the prompts. That when I reach this level, these are the facts. When I want to mention the years, I should not pretend. I should not say what comes in my mind. I should have at least some facts. Reliable, non-discriminatory, and finally, rooted in knowledge. Now, this knowledge we are talking about is knowledge of society. Many of us operate in partially traditional societies that are trying to modernize. but we are dragging them very, very quickly to modernization. Now, no one will ever require the media to stay traditional, because then society will not develop. But no one will ever say that media can be good if they ignore every societal norm, every societal taboo, in order for you to drag the society to grow. You drag society that way, eventually you remain alone. And so, if you must speak, please prepare before you publish. And I've put a very small demonstration here for those of you who can see, but it simply says, observe, talk to people, and read as step 1. And I'm not saying you do all of them, because sometimes it's impossible to do all of them. But observe. Have you seen something? Read something. And talk to the people who know. And once you've talked to the people who know, categorize them. Some of you are killing us. You find one source, and for every story, you go to that source. So a story on politics, you are running to the same person. I would have thrown some names here, but I'm afraid of being hit with stones. A story on politics, you're going to the same person. A story on the economy, you're going to the same person. A story, okay, the story of an accident, we are running to the police, and once we have talked to the police, it is over. No. Sources are not the same. Learn, let's go back, because I'm sure you know that. Let's go back to categorizing sources. Some sources are good as experts, and not everyone is an expert, because we are also good at turning ordinary people into experts. Some people are sources because they are in positions of authority. The police, the RDC, chairman of a district committee, district security committee, we normally say. Some people are good as observers. So I'm not asking you to interview me, but we are coming up to the 30th anniversary of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. I was there. Does that make me an expert? No. Council Kayondo is a better expert on the law than I ever could dream of being. But what if Council Kayondo was not there and I was there? I had the opportunity of interviewing the late Right Honorable James Wapahabulo immediately after the promulgation of the Constitution. What does that make me? A simple observer. I was there. And you can't take that away from me. But that doesn't mean you don't talk to Council Kayondo, because that is his expertise. That doesn't mean that you do not talk to constitutional lawyers, because that is their expertise. But does it mean by talking to them you don't talk to me? No, if you talk to them, then your story will be a story of experts. If you talk to them and me, then you have a bigger, better, rounded story. Is that what you thought? And some people are simple eyewitnesses. So, I was an observer because I participated. But someone might have simply been there, outside the mansions, and they saw how people were making merry, because after the promulgation, we went into the gardens and we ate food and danced. And some people were simply watching from outside the gardens. What you call the Serena Gardens now, where they normally put a huge tent. We were dancing and there was no tent, so people were seeing from the road. They were simple observers, eyewitnesses. Some saw who got drunk, others saw who cried, because it was emotional for some people to see that the people of Uganda had given themselves a document. And colleagues, On that day, Uganda was ranked about 2 or 1 in Africa in terms of constitutional order. That piece of document was seen as one of the best to ever be crafted in a country in Africa. So that basically is the basics. Now, once you have done all this, you've categorized your sources, find a good way to present them. Practice how you're going to say it or how you're going to publish it. And do not forget your personal style or your media house style as you're making a presentation. Do you remember Agnes Nandutu? Now, Agnes Nandutu, that was personal style, okay? It became her calling card. But she worked within a general house style called NTV. So good presentation must recognize the individual style, but also not forget the house style, the media house where you operate. Does it make sense? So I'm left with 2 minutes, now I should rush. This was my media, and we are way past that, where we were very important people. We were the gatekeepers between sources, and our media houses were very important. At some point in this country, the Monitor newspaper was more important than all the other political parties put together. And the audiences loved us. They trusted us. I have told the story before of when I worked on a TV station. Now you might not believe it, but I ever worked on a TV station, and I used to wear a necktie. And by simply walking into a restaurant, I would get a free meal. And I didn't need any introduction. Why? Because we were very few, the media houses were very limited. There were only 2 TV stations in Uganda at that time, one being UTV, and the other being the TV station I worked for. Sanyu Television. Many of you never found it. It was dead before you were alive. But that was the media. Now, your media today looks more like that. Today, your source is hosting X Spaces, and therefore, he is both a source and also the media himself. The people who are supposed to be the audience, at some point, can become the journalist. And the journalists can be either of these. The circle of media has now become more circular. Forget about ours, where we could simply say, we are the sources. We have the sources. We know what to do. We'll determine what information you can and cannot get. Right now, if Julius decided to cut us off, he could cut us off and reach the audiences himself directly with his small but vibrant media team at the EC. Couldn't he do that? And we would go begging and saying, nothing to take a call. Okay? He could decide, instead of calling a press conference, he could decide and host the press conference live. And those days, we would be telling the people of Mubende, Mwabo Mchalo, we don't want you here. But right now, he can host a press conference with the people of Mubende live. There are Mubende people watching. Thank God. So, this is what the media is looking like. So what basics must we not forget as we go into this circular one? Number one, a good story will remain a good story. So do not complete a story without the people's faces. Each story should have a person, or each story should have a face. Now the face may not be a person. The face might be a building. The face might be an animal. but give each story a face. Number 2, do not write a story in isolation. Know that whatever is happening today, it might have happened somewhere before, or is related to something that has happened in the world. If not in Uganda, maybe in East Africa. If not in East Africa, maybe in the rest of Africa. If not in Africa, maybe the rest of the world. Voices. The most important voice is not your voice, but it is the voice of the affected person, the voice of the expert, the voice of that human being that is the face of the story. And if the story has any drama, be sure to capture it. Scenes of tension, fights. We are going into a hot political season. There have already been some fights, escapes, narrow escapes, deceptions, tensions. And remember, there is no flat story. Every story should have a beginning and an end. And between the beginning and an end, there should be some development, some climax. P3, composition writing. Introduction, body, conclusion. So every story should have a structure that says the story has started now, and now the story has ended. Interest. I was going to struggle to say what something interesting is versus what is boring. But if you listened to Council Kayondo, I think you could tell how complicated topics can be made interesting. Did you hear that? He was talking about very complicated legal terms, about special interest elections. But he made it interesting. Now, you might encounter a source that makes complicated things interesting, but sometimes you will find you will do it yourself, because the audience is not going to be subjected to boring jargon. Did you hear any jargon from Council Kayondo's presentation? Even when he used articles, paragraphs, he never resorted to legal jargon. And so sometimes I am forced to think that unless you are a midday, stay away from jargon. And once again, do not run a story without facts. And in this case, I'm not talking about numbers only, but I'm talking about truths that are universal. Our definition of facts in journalism is universal truths. The truth that doesn't change because of the color of the political party. To be able to do that, we need these qualities. And unfortunately, we may not have all of them in one. But what you lack in one, you compensate with the other. Some of us are experts. Some of us have passion. Some of us are very focused. Others are talented. But all of us need some skill, some training. Now, previously, training was very difficult. It required you to go to an academic institution. It is no longer that complex. Now you can do training on YouTube. So don't use YouTube for the other stuff alone. There is training from some of the most sophisticated and interesting universities in the world, free on YouTube. Some media houses have only emphasized one of these. So there are media houses that simply have taken to passion. And when you listen or when you read or when you watch, all you see is nothing but passion. But passion does not compensate for skill. You need the passion, but you must also have the skill. Expertise without focus, once again, will lead us to jargon. Once again, I have an example when I interviewed a gentleman that had done research on nodding syndrome. Are you familiar with nodding syndrome? Northern Uganda. Children and some young adults that got affected by a debilitating disease that was dubbed nodding syndrome. Chinyenya mutwe. Now, a Ugandan scientist did comprehensive research with Case Western University in the US on nodding syndrome. And he promised me he was going to give me the definitive cause or link with nodding syndrome. I took my microphone to him, and the man said, after thorough study, we have concluded that nodding syndrome is directly related to onchocerciasis. That was my answer. When he said onchocerciasis, I asked onchocerciasis, and he answered onchocerciasis. Now, media that runs after expertise, okay, but lacks passion and focus will simply say, Dr. Otim has made a conclusive study that relates nodding syndrome to onchocerciasis. Have you informed anyone? But I walked around bare-chested saying onchocerciasis. So, expertise does not compensate for passion. You need both. Expertise without focus leads to jargon and a discussion of experts. When experts discuss, only experts understand. Media exists to inform ordinary people. So what is onchocerciasis? There are no scientists around. Oh, okay. So now I am the expert. Onchocerciasis is related to a disease that, no, it's not cancerous. It is a disease that has existed along the Padel River Valley for a very long time. And it is a worm that is propagated by a black fly, and it leads to blindness. So the civilian version of onchocerciasis is river blindness. Now, for those of you who are old enough, if you ever walked along Buganda Road, there was an institution called the Carter Center. The Carter Center of the late President Carter of the US, okay? And they always had a program for prevention and treatment of river blindness. And the image of that was an old person holding onto a stick, being led by a young child, because the older person is blind. So, now do you know onchocerciasis? Onchocerciasis? Onchocerciasis. River blindness. So do not remember onchocerciasis and forget. A conversation of experts leads to jargon. Jargon does not propagate information, education, and entertainment. Sometimes people like Midday can be entertaining when they use legal jargon, but it is not informative. Finally, we shall all be media people. But to be journalists requires that we pay attention to a few elements of ethics. And ethics, in its broadest sense, can be divided into 3 elements. Element number 1 is what we call standard professional conduct. Now, standard professional conduct has everything to do with how you treat yourself, how you appear. That includes your dress code, how you treat your sources. For instance, in good ethical conduct, you do not pretend to be what you are not. Issues of confidentiality and issues of privacy. That is standard professional conduct. Broad category number 2 is what we call libel, fairness, and taste. Not test, taste. Taste has to do with language. And when we talk about language, we talk about vulgarities, obscenities, graphic language. But libel, fairness, and taste also refers to how you do not accuse people without giving them a chance to respond. Now, if we were ethical people, forget about UCC. UCC would have no job. Because the essence of ethics of the media is superior to anything the lawyers can ever throw at us. The only difference why Council Kayondo still has a job is because, unlike ethics, the law has remedies. So the reason we need lawyers and the law is because ethics does not give remedies. Ethics defines you. And this is what I mean. Ethics says, thou shalt not steal. Okay? When you steal, ethics does not say how we should punish you. Ethics instead tells us how to define you. So, in ethics, we say, do not steal. When you steal, we call you a thief. Okay? But ethics does not give us the authority to punish you. That's where we need the law. But if we were ethical, there would be no need of the law. And you can go back to the holy books, to the 10 Commandments, to all the laws of religion. They are basically about ethics. But even God at that time saw that mankind was just simply too difficult. And they added prisons, and added UCC, and added police. Okay? But if we are to follow standard professional conduct, do not hide your equipment while you are trying to interview. Or if you're going to make any judgment, it should be in greater public interest as opposed to your own personal interest. And then, of course, the nice one, conflict of interest. We are going into an election, and many of us are already taking second jobs. I overheard some people talking about sentence kati mwendi. Media practitioners are saying it is time for us to eat. Okay? If we were ethical, we would instead be saying we are not supposed to take second jobs that make our audiences doubt our fairness. And where fairness is difficult, we should not hide it. Because some cases, well, your uncle might be contesting. And that doesn't mean that for the period his campaign you can't be a journalist. But it means do not cover the story in which your uncle is involved. If you're the only one covering that story, then do not hide it. Say, nzakoze akastora kwaka uncle, I am so and so's niece. Or for those of you who run radio stations or media houses that are owned by politicians, don't pretend about it. As we said, independence does not mean trying to be independent of what you can't be independent of. Be very clear, and that is the essence of ethics. Thank you very much, Julius. By the way, do I mention this? When I see Julius, I remember that I went to school, because he's the only person who saw me in O-level. So if there was ever a conflict of people saying Oyote Asoma, at least he would say, I saw him when he was in O-level. Thank you so much, and thank you for your team and the opportunity.
A bigger hand clap. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sam Guma. I am sure we needed this. After the context of the knowledge that Sam had spoken about, the knowledge that we received from the technical people, actually not technical, our experts on these issues, we needed this to curb our trade. To go back to the basics as we said, but basics which are not self-evident. We know them, but we betray them every day. And that's not a problem. But the problem is if we don't realize that there are areas that we need to refine to get better. So, Sam, this has been very, very, very rich, and we thank you very much. Some of these people don't know you, but Mr. Guma is the founder and editor at Uganda Radio Network. Do you know about URN? Please clap for Uganda Radio Network. Sam was telling me a number of media houses across the country actually depend on content that is produced by Sam and his team. Very high quality content that is used in broadcast, that is used in print, that is used online, that we see some not mentioned or credit, some is stolen without accreditation. But we need these kind of people. But Sam has had a journey, done almost everything that they used to do in journalism. He says, yes, I went to school with him. I was a small boy in senior 1. And Sam was my chairman of one of the school clubs at Ginger Senior Secondary School. And we came to remember, to reconnect that story almost 20 years later. In 2004, that's when I got to remember that he was my chairman at Ginger Secondary School. But Sam taught at Makerere. Sam tried to recruit me into a radio station, Radio Simba. When I was a student at Makerere, my voice was not good, and so I did not pass the test properly. But he's done very many things in the media. So when he's speaking to colleagues, he's speaking to help us improve and get better, learn from our mistakes, return to the core of why journalism exists, why media exists, and why you play a very critical role. But Sam has spoken about a few things, and I'm going to open up so that you ask some questions, comments, feedback for both Mr. Kayondo, Sam, and any other question. But he spoke about generalities, using generalities to answer particularities. And I've been having a war with some of our media here. That in Uganda, we have 71,000 villages. And when we have elections of village committees for youth, we have some episodes of violence, and he's looking at me because he knows I've been talking to him about it. Episodes of violence in 100, let's say 100 villages in the country. And the headlines on live at 9, akawungezi, agatali kumfufu, and amafefete, and all the news. is chaos mass youth elections across the country. You're using a particularity to make a generality. That's also a danger. Eh? And even the news last night was actually falling into that same trap. One particular incident, akalulu kabaddemu emivuyo, akalulu kabavubuka kajjudde emivuyo. Then you say comparatively, that is food for thought. Because we believe the principles that have been shared here, they should apply in everyday life, in our work, so that we are honest about our stories. We do not just try to get a lead story by misrepresenting a particularity and turning it into a generality. That is food for us to think about, because it is, we see it. The second point is on not trying to be independent of something you know you can't be independent of. And it is even more critical during periods of campaigns and elections, where the audience sees you as a journalist and they straight away brand you and they say, Oyo, Weri, Oyo, Bueno. And you walk into a press conference and they chase you. They say, we don't want that journalist here. These are facts, we need to address them. I know some journalists who cannot walk into a press conference in some political party camps because they have been branded wrongly or rightly. So we have to be addressing the question of perceptions, because sometimes perceptions can affect the reality of the way we do our work. Those are matters of ethics. Obviously, there are no fines to misconduct on ethics, but there is reputational risk for journalism, for a journalist, and for the sector, the industry, if our audiences can easily predict that we have a side in an election. Those, we have to think about them. These are back to the basics. So, no, I'm just saying this because on the program I was supposed to say something, and that is what I'm saying, and then I open up to feedback. It doesn't have to be a question, it can be a comment on the training, on the issues raised by all the presenters, and then we'll have a way forward and then go for lunch, and we'll end the day. So, the floor is open to comments, questions, feedback, and anything else. Please clap for me. No, but seriously, I want to thank the presenters, and I will thank you at the end, but this for me has been a learning curve, even when I have been in this trade for a long time. The trade of reporting news in all the trenches of teaching, and now being on this other side, I find that this has been enriching for me. From the presentations made by my colleagues, learning never stops. And we should continue to enrich ourselves to learn so that we can get even better. Now, we're taking those questions. Take the mic for the questions and comments. You mentioned your name, the media house, and your comment or question.
Okay, thank you, Ambrose Gahene, once again. Mine is a very brief question to Mr. Mr. Guma, who has just been presenting to us a very interesting topic on a professionalism of who a journalist should be. there is something I wanted you to elaborate to us briefly. There is a word they use in various media houses called editorial line. When I was working in Red Paper in 2011, I was told to go to Entebbe, and you know they have some jargon they use in those tabloids. They gave me 30,000 shillings and said, you go to Entebbe and find out who is bonking who in those big offices.
Who is what?
Who is bonking who? You know those titles which are very common in Red Paper by that time. So because that's where I was working before I retired officially, these people felt that if I go there and I started investigating about who is bonking who at the airport, at the fisheries department, at the Ministry of Agriculture, those were the stories which were selling at that time. But I ended up instead writing about Red Cross carrying out health camps. And the editor told me that, what story is that? Is for who? You take that story to New Vision. Don't bring it here. So he tell us briefly, where does professionalism come in when the media house you are working for wants you to write about specific stories and specific that kind of thing. Thank you.
Give him the microphone. Give it to him.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Paul Bakaulindi. I report for BBS Telefina. Mr. Julius and the protocol allow me to use my native language, which is Uganda, because I would like so much to submit my two questions. One will go directly to the representative of the chairperson. Another one will go to Mr. Samuel Guma. Mr. Julius Ogenze n'ogamba nti, because you are the representative of the chairperson, Ogenze n'ogamba nti tulina okubeera beegendereza ennyo life nga tukola omulimu gwaffe, of which I agree with you. But look, tuli mu system, ne Mr. Guma akyogeddeko nti during their days bakolanga nga ye source like nga last user abeera ali ego okuwulira Mwami Samuel kyakuŋŋaanyiza. But we are in a state whereby ogenda mu field, everyone is a journalist nga bwakitusomesezza. Ogenda okudda ku office gwe kyofunye ekiri ku ground bw'okiwandika n'okiwa mukamaawo ng'akubuza ye ne kukyalabye ku TikTok oba ku Facebook. You got me well. Kyova olaba ogenze n'ogamba nti mugenze all media houses awandise nti akalulu kajjudde akavuyo. Oluusi tonenya lipoota asobola okuwandika ekyo kyalabye, but ne wabaawo some kubanga stories zikyuka ogiwandiika according to what you have gathered from the field, but ne wabaawo ebya social media, and bano abakwata ebintu bino they are people on ground. Ebintu by'okwokya emmotoka mubeera Kampala mubiraba ku simu, bagize okukubira lipoota bamwali eyo gandi confirm reaching there nga bituufu. Kakati mu kiseera kino Mr. Julius, akakiiko k'ebyokulonda, emikutu gy'amawulire, good enough tutandise wabaddewo this engagement, but I would prefer nga tugenda mu kalulu zeeyongere, because the period we are going in will seem to be very hectic. Kagenda kubeera akavuyo, but akavuyo tekagenda kuleetebwa bamawulire nga balipotinga oluusi bye balaba. Sometimes us oluusi tuyinamu kali akagamba nti naye kino bwe nakiripotinga kigenda kukozinga hamu ki ku nsi yange, oluusi nawe ne weerekeramu mu kukola ki, mu kuwandiika, oluusi ne mukweditinga. But bano abantu abafulumya ebintu bino, Ramson gyakolera bakiyita uncensored, abafulumya kakisha nga bwakola ki, nga bw'abadde tugenda kikola tutya, because nabyo bireeta harm mu kiseera kyetukolaki kyetugendamu nebistrikinga gondi oba oliawo obuvuyo obutali bumu ebireeta ne bakama baffe oluusi okugamba nti gwe ekibeera ku ground si kyokolaki but the reality is oluusi oba waliwo olumu wotuuka nogamba kati kino wenkikola bwendi nga nawe osooka notunulamu kubanga naffe despite of okubanga tukola omulimu guno we are Ugandans, we have love for our country ng'ogamba nti singa nkiripotinga bwenti ennyo nga kiri exact as it is kituufu tulina okulipotinga what is exact but oluusi okusaminga up n'obikabikako ekino that is my question tugenda kukola tutya Electoral Commission emikutu gy'amawulire n'abamawulire bennyini because nga bwe nkusigidde ekifaananyi nti tugezaako naye ate waliwo bali abafulumya ebiri uncensored ekirala ekigendewa mwami Sam ogenze n'otugamba bulungi kyotugambye ekirungi ate kituufu okubeera independent okwogera amazima naye munange olaba one time we had that debate ewaffe BBS right na newsroom nga tugamba nti oluusi ogenda n'ogamba mukama wo n'akuwa story n'omugamba naye ekyamazima omuntu oyo as a person kubanga naffe tuli bantu simukkiririzaamu oluusi nga you have a bias oluusi nga ebintu byako oluusi some people abo bannabyabufuzi bano oluusi tulivinga nabo nga bye bakola tubimanyi one time munnabyabufuzi waliwo gye nali ngenze naye munnabyabufuzi w'amaanyi nnyo wanali mu opposition naye nyina timu gye ngenze naye ne musisinkana ewantu naye wabeera ku radio ne TV nga muvuma akulaga nti akola ki naye ne musangayo so when we came back nga sinaba nakuvaayo bwe yategeera nti mbaddeyo natandika okunkubira essimu ez'olulekereke we were not friends but yakaka tubeere bamukwano such that I don't unleash what I did what I saw.
I think you've made the point. Let's go to. Can you summarize the question?
As I summarize, mu kiseera kino ekyokulonda kyetugendamu, for us we try to be independent as journalists. Naye oluusi we are influenced by sometimes our bosses, as you stated. Tuyinza kukola tutya to stay in our line.
Thank you. Take the mic to him.
Sebo, nze Kabuye Israel, nkola ne Promise TV. Ekibuzo kyange kiri nti nga isi mugenda kuyemba mutya omuntu owa wansi ku nsonga y'ebipande olw'ensonga nti bwe tugenda ku kyamateeka kigambibwa nti omuntu okuyuza ekipande kyo candidate yenna musango si bwe guli Sebo. Kakati waliwo scenarios ezizze n'abamu bali makomera lwaki oli akoze essomero lye alisiize rangi bulungi ataddeko akapande ke bulungi bugenda okukya ku makyanga batimbyeko amatiribona g'ebipande okitegeera vooti mu nnanda gwe musisi nga kyonna kinyiridde ebipande ekisenge kyonna kinyiridde ebiki ebipande olw'obusungu najja natandika okukunyulako ebipande byalongoosa akapande ke oba ekizimbe kye n'akwatibwa gweoyagala vonika gavumenti bwabanga byajjeeko bya NRM gwe toli mu struggle bwabanga byajjeeko bya NUP mujja kunsonyiwa kankozesa ebigondi ebyo so kati newesanga oluusi bamukubyemu ne kumpi baba tebamukubyemu bamututte mu mateeka olumutuusa mu mateeka omulamuzi ekibuuzo kiba kimu balo kanso kimanyi omusango ogukuvunaanibwa ogukkiriza oba nedda bw'ogamba nti sigukkiriza bakuteekeyo bajja kuzza mu gw'omunaana ng'akalulu kaamu gwakutaano ogenda ovaayo nga n'omuntu gwali oyagala naawe okulonda tomukoze eki tomulonze kakati abantu bano bagenda kuyambibwa batya ekyo mbadde nsaba okiklarifyingemu then ekyokubiri ogambye nti tulina okwegendezayo nga toripotinga omuntu okusobola okubeera nti kwegamba osanyusa naye watya nga kyendipootinga kyekituufu naye ng'ate ku saidi yo kikukosa oba okitegeera nti wetwogerera waliwo ne bannamawulire abamu nga bugeya batakkirizibwa ku coveringa campaigns ezimu nga abatuuka ne bagamba eyo media house mugikole ki mugigobe naye nga lwaki egobwa yaripootinga ebituufu ebyali ebyali mu kalulu kakati awo mwongere okutangaaza abantu basobola okubeera nga bamanya. Thank you.
Yes, to him.
Neyanziza nnyo yenze Barungi Simon
ne Life Media. Njagala twebaze ekitongole ky'ebyokulondesa tubakubire mu ngalo. Tubakubire mu ngalo.
I know you are hungry, but okay, kale kwawo.
Oyogedde ku nsonga ey'emivuyo era nga tulipootinga nti emivuyo mingi. Njagala kuwayo sinaali emu, akalulu k'abavubuka. Ekyamazima waliwo akalulu akaddibwamu ku ssaawa nga ezitakkirizibwa mu Wakiso Town Council ng'ate Electoral Commission representatives be baakalondesa. Kati bwe tulipootinga emivuyo tuba twogera ebintu ebituufu, both sides. For example, endala lunaku olwajjo nabadde nyina akalulu k'engoberera k'abavubuka. Twafunye communication za mirundi ebiri nti akalulu kasaziddwamu ne tugenda. Then after 30 minutes abavunaanyizibwa natugamba nti akalulu kagenda kukola kikagenda kulondebwa. Emivuyo egyo nga giri wakati wa Electoral Commission officials tugiripootinga oba nedda?
The answer is there already.
Ekirala.
The next one.
Ekirala kijja okusembyayo before. Njagala okwebaza Guma. Ensonga gy'ayogeddeko ntuufu, being professional. But at a certain point, waliwo olw'ova ku professionalism olw'ensonga gy'olabye etakkirizibwa. For example, gye nkuwadde eri y'akalulu ke twabaddemu akabavubuka neyanziza nnyo neyanze.
Thank you. Romson, then you come there.
Thank you, Julius, and all other presenters. My name is Ramson Mhirwe. I have just two, and I'll be brief. I'm wondering the role of BVVK machines in special interest groups, because yes, I know that before district it is lining up, but is there where these machines can be incorporated? Because we have had instances where people say, yet the machines probably could help identify people. How can these issues of Siwawan be addressed? I have seen lots of complaints happen where we say, mivuyo, jibadeyo. Normally it's Siwawano, then it's fighting, then it is the headlines that you're talking about. But then also, Bosco did talk about where there are ties, people given some minutes, then it is repeated, then when it is tied, then it is repeated. Bosco, until when? Is there where a coin is tossed? Other time, Dr. Tango Doi was telling in NRM where elections in Barra, people tied and tied and tied and tied. Then they had to use a head and a tail to declare a winner. In those instances, in these special interest groups, can we have a head and a tail?
Thank you. Give it to him. I thought there are ladies also in this room.
I thank the Electoral Commission for organizing this. My name is Paul Chua. I work with the New Vision. The question goes to Council Kayondo. I've not heard anything mentioning about election laws in the refugee settlement center. But there are so many refugee community centers where some people would like to exercise such a thing. I don't know what the law says about refugees. You find some people are labeled as refugees and they're not allowed to go for elections, much as they will be staying in Uganda for quite a long time. Can it be at least, can the council electrify on this? Thank you.
Thank you. Tuara Wali. Okay.
Thank you. All protocols observed. My name is Moses Okitayota. I write for the Kampala report. I want to ask Aji Kayondo something to do with the special interest groups. That is the UPDF to be specific. Are they allowed to come under political parties besides the one that is yellow? And how free is it? Thank you.
Thank you. There's somebody there?
Hashim Sambus is my name from Shua FM Mwende. nekyange kankibuuza mu Luganda. Mwami Kayondo nsaba onnyambe era ne bwoba okiddemu mu Luganda. Bw'obadde otunnyonnyola ku tteeka erikwata ku muntu alina okwetaba mu kalulu k'abakozi, akiikirira abakozi n'okwetabamu wamu. Mu byonnyonnyodde omulimi simuwuliddeemu however much nti oyogedde ku Shamba Boy. Nze ng'omulimi w'emubende eri wansi etteeka lino lindekawa kubanga eggwanga litugamba ebitundu ebisinga obungi tuyimiridde ku mulimi, naye omulimi yakkirizibwa okwetaba mu kalulu kano oba nedda oba tabalibwanga mukozi. Then to Mr. Guma, nakyo nja kikubuuza mu Luganda. Professionalism twesanze oba oliawo kyogambye nti tuvudde nnyo ku mulamwa, naye ngenda kuwa scenario emu yaliwo, nali nyina story gye ngobererako y'ekibira, it is called a Champsi Forest Reserve, kisangibwa mu Bende. Nyina story gye nali ngoberera ku nsonga eyo, but you could receive a call from nowhere nga n'omuntu akubidde tomumanyi, naye nga akubira akugamba sebo oyambadde bwoti otudde na mu kifo bwe kiti, kubulamu n'emboozi gy'oli mu kukola, londako ky'osinga okwagala. Kaakati bwe neesanga mu mbeera nga bwetyo, professionalism yange ngenda giteekawa.
Thank you. There, those two, and then that one, and then we'll respond and conclude.
Nayanza nnyo ssebo, nze Kinobe Yusuf, nkolera ku GTV ne Pal FM. Ekibuuzo kyange ekisooka bibiri mu bwangu. Ekisooka mbadde nkusaba ssebo ne kanso n'abalala bonna abakulu abali wano, tubasaba mutugambire, ndowooza bajjawulira mmwe aba UPDF, tubasaba mu kalulu ke tugendamu ak'amaanyi bave mu kalulu ekiba nga batambula na kibooko, kuba si weekirina okuba. Ekyokubiri, twafunye ne bakifeesi, tubadde tumanyi bulijjo bakifeesi bali independent, twafunye bakifeesi balina political parties ez'enjawulo, ate ennene eya NRM tubalengera n'ebibiina ebirala ng'ebya-NUP, ebya-FDC n'ebyaki byonna kambyogere. Ekyobulala ekisembayo nyongereza ku kya munnange, nze kennyini mbadde nzija ku makya ssaawa zibadde nga 10:30 nga ngenda ku Pal kukola. Nsanze kambayite bakifeesi nga batimbula bipande bya Zambaali wali enansana ku kimotoka nga kijjudde kiti, nenyimira nengamba wa boda yimirira, ne mbagamba bassebo mukola ki ekyo? Omusajja akasuse ekiti nangamba wacha wewe, nenkola wenki nekikuba owa boda wange ekimukubi wano ku nkoona, akomyawo nayigira ekizimba awo nenfuna bodi, nabassebo tubasaba tubegayiridde nnyo mutuyambe. Nze kino.
Thank you. Take to that person there. Alieri wali.
Thanks, Mr. Mchunguzi. I'm Ron Mayanje, I work for Prime Radio. Mine goes to editor, Mr. Guma.
Let's katulizaganye, okay? Okay, yes, go ahead.
Yes, some talked of a good media practitioner, and it's good that he's been around for the last 3 to 4 regimes that we've had in this country. But what I need, let him explain to us. Our generation is totally different from theirs. Let him throw more light on the difference between Ugandan media and the Rwandan media and the Kenyan media. Because in the last elections, we saw some media houses in Kenya when they are declaring results of one of the who stood for that post of Kenya president. Let him explain more. What's the difference between Ugandan media and the Kenyan Rwandan media? Secondly, I had some questions for Lord Chair, but Bart's not here. Maybe I will ask them when he's around. It was about the ongoing interest groups elections. We have some videos, audios about the youth elections, the way it happened, but the way how our senior, the editor, explained, all the other gentlemen who explained first about the acts, there were some missing gaps in those interest groups election. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Haji Kayondo, I think that is the last question. The last question, Ben. Haji Kayondo, the floor is yours as that question is asked.
Moses John, CBS Radio. Mbuza Haji Kayondo. Ebifo ebisinga obungi ebironderwamu abadde bagenda okuvuganya batuuseeyo ng'okulonda kwawedde mu kiro nga batuuka ssaawa emu babagamba 11 ffe twamaze dda okulonda. Ekyo kikola kitya mu mateeka. Ekyokubiri twalabye mu bitundu by'ebulemeezi ng'eyeesimbawo ku mutendera ogw'ekyalo mu bavubuka ate ku mutendera ogw'omuluka y'omu ku bazze okulondesa ng'ate ne wali yalina ekibiina. Bwe balonze ekibiina ekimu nga ye si kyakkiririzaamu okulonda n'akusazaamu kikola kityawo. Ekibuuzo ekirala kyekisembayo ku bifo byonna ebibadde bironderwamu naddala ku mutendera guno gw'emiruka bwe bamala okusoma ku lukalala ng'olina okuleeta endagamuntu. Kyatteeka nti nnyina okubeera n'endagamuntu newankubadde ku lukalala mwendi bwe mba yanguwaako sironda.
Haji.
Thank you very much. Is there a journalist here by the names of Uliaba Hamida? Yes? Is she in?
Yes.
Okay. If she's in, she's one of the journalists I saw and in my youth age. The story is not yet complete. Hey, in my youth age, when she was working with Pal FM, and I was wondering how a very quiet person can be a journalist. And that is why I was asking, because I knew most of the journalists here. So if she's here, and she's married to my friend. So if she's married to my friend, but my surprise was, the journalists actually be so silent and quiet, and then they can do the job. But that was, I think, around 2010, 12, around there. But that aside, Mwami Musisi, I think I will start with Mwami Musisi. He has asked those questions. Naye nkakasa bulungi nti akimanyi nti byabuuzizza ansa zaabyo azikola ki azirina. Naye lwakuba ayagadde nze nkole ki nzi amplifying nzongere okuzikola ki okuzinyonnyola. Aga nti batuuse mu bifo ebimu abalonzi ne basanga ng'okulonda kwakoze ki ng'okulonda kwawedde. Obwedda omanyi ngezaako okuwuliriza rediyo n'ebirala. Sayidi zombi kikulu nnyo okuziwuliriza bw'oba onoobeera objective, bw'oba onoobeera n'ekigendererwa ekituufu oba ekirowoozo ekirungi. Tulina ebizibu bibiri. Tulina ekizibu ekya integrity oba obwesimbu. Ffenna abasinga obungi tukirina. Omuntu okwogera ekintu mu bwesimbu, omulala alabanga bw'anaayogera ekintu mu bwesimbu ayinza obutafuna kyayagala, kati n'asalawo ayogere nga bw'akoze eki, nga bw'alabye oba nga bw'awulira. Naye ng'obwesimbu bwetaagisa buli muntu lw'aba akola ki, bw'aba ayogera. Either ng'oli oba munnamawulire oba oli munnamateeka oba oli kyonna ky'oli, olina okuba omwesimbu. Kati nze nawulidde nga waliwo abantu abagamba nti wano tutuusewo ng'okulonda kuwedde, ate nga waliwo akulira akakiiko k'ebyokulonda n'avaayo n'agamba bannaye information gye nnina eraga nti okulonda awo tekunnaba, mugende mulonde. kati tubuuza ani abalimba kyekiba ekibuuzo kati abamawulire okusinga bafuna binaatambula ebinaakola ebinaatunda ebitaakole tebabikola ki tebatera biteekako nnyo birowoozo kati katukitwale nti ekintu ekyo kibaddewo senga ekintu ekyo kibaawo okulonda ne kubeerawo nga kubaddewo ng'ekiseera ky'etteeka tekinnatuuka okwo okulonda kuba kufu okulonda kuba kufu kubanga etteeka liraga okulonda kuli wakati w'essaawa emu n'essaawa meka 10 kakati gwe woolonda nze nakolerako e Bugisu mu 2009 nali returning officer nga bo bagamba for us we vote the Kigishuwe ng'era okulonda okufaanana bwe kutyo bakuyita ku Kigishuwe simanya ati kati oba bisembedde n'eno naye nga kyalingayo naye nga bwe kibeerayo weesanga nga Electoral Commission si ekubaddemu kubeera kisoboka abantu nga bwe gaye tetuli baki tetuli beesimbu abantu ne bakolakolawo ebintu byabwe ne babikola okuvumaganya akakiiko ne bamala obikola ne bagala babikube ku kakiiko okulonda ne bagamba nti kwawedde dda temujja naye ng'oluusi n'omuntu gwe bagamba nti kwawedde dda akomaawo n'addayo tatawana nagenda kakasiza ddala kyeboogera kituufu obwesimbu buli nti bw'oba omuntu akyogedde nti okulonda kwawedde dda genda otuukirewo ddala naawe munnamawulire fuba nnyo okulaba nga kye bakugamba okikakasa nti ddala kyekyo kye boogera kuba osobola okuwulira ayogera naye nsobola okubeera wano nenjogera neŋŋamba tyo essaawa eno wenjogerera ndi Bulaaya njinyina ekyogera kati gwe munnamawulire n'okitoga Kayonda agambye nti ali Bulaaya but bw'oba overifyinze ojja kizuula nti si kiki tisi kituufu so fe tugamba mu mateeka ekintu kyonna ekikolebwa ebweru w'amateeka kiba kifu kati okulonda okufaanana bwe kutyo kuba kuki kuba kufu obuzibu bwe bubeera ti bujulizi olina ogenda mu kooti oleete obujulizi naffe ne tujja ng'akakiiko ne twewozaako era emisango mingi gye tubadde tugendangamu ne tuwoza ne tugenda okusanga nga ebyali byogerwa tegaali maki kooti neevaayo nega nti ebyo bye baali boogera tegaali maki tegaali mazima so mu mbeera eyo okulonda okwo kuba kuki kuba kufu era yenna abaalaba nti nno baakukoze alina eddembe ogenda mu kooti n'akola ki n'awaaba ne tuleeta obujulizi sayidi zonna ne tulaba ani alimba omuntu okulonda ateekwa okuleeta endagamuntu basobole omukkiriza okulonda bwe nabadde nsomesa nannyonnyodde nti ebitongole bino byanjawulo tulina ekitongole ekyokulonda Electoral Commission ne tubeera n'ekitongole ekya NIRA ekitongole ekya NIRA kyekikola ku kuwandiisa ba citizens oba abatuuze kati ekyo ekitongole obuvunaanyizibwa bwakyo kakasa nti ono mutuuze bwe bamala omukakasa nti mutuuze Electoral Commission nemuteeka mu ki nemuteeka mu balonzi senga abaakoze eki senga abaakoze eki wiringi n'ensi senga abaayagadde so si kitegeeza si nti buli ayina endagamuntu si nti buli ayina endagamuntu ali ku lukalala lw'abalonzi therefore osobola okujja n'endagamuntu ate nga mu lukalala toliimu naye olw'obutamanya abantu basobola okukuba abantu eŋŋumi awo ne babakuba n'ekibooko nti omuntu abeera atya n'endagamuntu ate nga tali ku lukalala lw'abalonzi olw'obutamanya kati mmwe abazize ne tubamanyisa ky'omuntu asobola okubeera ng'alina endagamuntu naye nga tali ku lukalala lw'abalonzi kubanga it is the question of willingness ekuleeta kuki ku voters register era Electoral Commission kyeva egaba kye bayita voter location slip mu kulonda okusinga kuno okwa ballot okwa secret ballot voter location slip yeraga woolondera si ndagamuntu kuba n'abamu bayinza okuba n'endagamuntu ng'eraga kitundu kirala ate ng'alondera mu kifo kiki kirala kisoboka nze nabeeranga Kawempe wise I think until bano abendagamuntu eno esembyeyo gye nakyusizzaako neŋŋa nti wakati mbeera mukono nenkyusa neŋŋamba naye batereeze mbeere nga gyembeera gye nondera naye kati bwonsanga n'onkuba emiggo mbunzi ow'Ekawempe wayise nondera nti emukono oba okola ebintu ng'obikola mu ngeri y'obutakola ki y'obutamanya kubanga kisoboka omuntu okubanga endagamuntu yeraga walala ate ng'alondera waki walala. Endagamuntu si kwe tulondera. Tulondera ku voters register, tulondera ku voter location slip. So ekyo tekitegeeza nti omuntu alina endagamuntu ate tayinza kubeera ku voters register. Osobola okuba nga era endagamuntu ogirina ng'era eraga nti naawe okola ki w'olondera. Kakati abakozi baffe oba ba-officials baffe oluusi baagala endagamuntu eno okwongera okulaba nga bakakasa nti ddala oba oliawo okola ki weewandiisizaawo mu ndagamuntu n'okulonda weewandiisizaawo. Naye bwe bakusanga nga si bwe kiri tekitegeeza nti bagenda kugaana okulonda. Kasita ku register okola ki obeerako. Oze ekyo nakyo kitegeerekese bulungi. Oze ebyamwami Musisi byebyo oba waliyo kyendeseyo byebyo fine. Then ku nsonga y'ebipande abantu bayuza ebipande, abantu bakola ebyensonyi ku bipande. Olina akola ekyensonyi ku kipande nolanga kipande akiruma akikola ki kaga neweewuunya entegeera zaffe because ekipande okupande omuntu lwaki akikolako ebintu ebyefujja ebifaanana bwe bityo kijjayo ku bwesimbu ne integrity okuba n'empisa. Ffenna mu nsi tusobola kuwangaalamu nga tulina ki nga tulina empisa ng'ate tuli beesimbu ng'ate tutegeeragana. Ekipande ekyo kyolaba abantu bangi batimba ebipande. Nze nina bemmanyi mu bannabyabufuzi nga yatimba ebipande bingi naye nga teyayita mu kalulu. Ate olinga n'ebipande bamusondera bisondere n'afunayo nga 5 10 ate n'akola ki ate n'ayitamu. Eyo weevu eyaggwe yaliwo simanyi eya ambuleera biki abantu abamu babagambanga nabugani nti oyiseemu ne yeekanga nga yali tasuubira nti ayinza n'okukola ki kyayinza n'okuyitamu. Ng'ebipande babimukubira na bukubizi ne bamugamba n'omuga nti twakuyambyeko weesimbewo egindi. Those things happened. Naye ebyo we bibaawo era mubiteeka kakiiko. Tebibeera kakiiko. Omuntu ekipande etteeka bwe tuba tugenze na tteeka ensonga ya Electoral Commission ebeerawo nga tumaze okukunominatinga. Before nomination, we have no mandate to regulate persons. Eyensonga eba ya security. Security yeyina obuyinza okulaba nti kino ekikolebwa kiyinza okuvaako akavuyo then neyingirawo. Eyensonga eba ya security. Tumala kukola nomination obuyinza Electoral Commission nebufuna under section 15 of the Electoral Commissions Act to handle complaints before and during the elections. Kati abyo ebipande bye mulaba biri eyo yonna ffe tetubimanyi ne bannannyini baabo tetukola ki tetubamanyi because ekiseera kya campaign tekinnakola ki tekinnatuuka kati tetusobola kukiyingiramu ekyo ekintu wabula nga bannayuganda abaagala emirembe tutegeeza ebitongole ebiki ebikuuma ddembe bifuba okulaba nga ebipande ebyo tebikozesebwa mu ngeri eyinza okuleeta ki emitawaana oba obuvuyo. Noza kitegerekese bulungi. Kati abantu bakole batya ku bipande ebyo kubanga nabo bennyininyini ababitimba nabo weebuuza nti ekiseera kyakalulu bwe kiba tekinnatuuka. Kuba obululu bwa mirundi ebiri era bajournalists nza mukimanyi obululu bwa mirundi ebiri. Waliwo obululu bw'ebibiina ze bayita party primaries. Kati ensonga z'ebipande ebya parties muba mulina genda muki mu political parties zisootinga ensonga ki ensonga ezo. Okimanyi nti waliwo ne bajournalists abayinza okuba nga tebakimanyi nti akalulu k'NRM ne NUP nani those groups tekayingira ate mu kano kaki ke Electoral Commission tekayinaako buyinza. Electoral Commission ekola ku national election. Ziri internal matters eza political parties zikolebwako different political parties. Naye mwe ba journalists obwesimbu bwammwe bwe buyinza otuyambako nti bwe mugendayo mu parties ezo mubagambe nti banaye nabadde mu kampu ya party bweti naye ne wakolebwayo ekintu bwekiti ng'eyakikoze wammwe eno n'ekintu ekyo tekyabadde kiki kirungi. And I think it can happen where you as journalists you can inform other political parties about the wrong things they are doing. You are doing the reporting. Okay? So, for as far as we are concerned, those posters and any issues concerning independent political parties, they are done by political parties. When we nominate all of you, because when we nominate from all political parties, then we shall have the mandate to handle those complaints, and you can file those complaints with the Electoral Commission under Section 15 of the Electoral Commissions Act, and that complaint will be handled. The law on refugees, somebody asked about refugees. I think that was Chihuwa, New Vision. Nga abuuza nti ba refugees Electoral Commission ekozeewo ki okubayamba okubeera mu kulonda. Now, Article 59 of the Constitution, the Republic of Uganda, it emphasizes that the right to vote is for citizens. It says every citizen of Uganda of 18 years of age and or above has a right to vote. And it says, in the duty of every citizen, it is the duty of every citizen of Uganda of 18 years of age and above to register as a voter for public elections and referenda. And subsection 3, the state shall take all necessary steps to ensure that all citizens qualified to vote, register and exercise their right to vote. Okay? The law talks about what? Citizens. So if you're a refugee, even if you may call yourself a Ugandan, even if you have been in Uganda for 100 years but you've not regularized your stay in Uganda to become a citizen, then we cannot include you in the voters register, and therefore you cannot be part of the electoral process. Refugees will remain refugees and they will not participate until they regularize their stay in Uganda to become citizens. Mwami Moses Kampala report abuuza UPDF ekkirizibwa okwesimbawo, owa UPDF akkirizibwa okwesimbawo nga jidde mu kibiina kyonna, gwotaddeko mbu nga jidde mu yero. Kakati lwaki tajjira mu red? Gwenga munnamawulire lwaki alina kujjira mu yero? Lwaki tajjira mu red? Lwaki tajjira mu bbulu? Olaba nti muno mu statement yo obanga ali ki? Obanga ali biased. But we can say the law provides that Uganda People's Defense Forces members are supposed to be non-partisan. They are not allowed. They are not allowed to participate in partisan politics. Why? Because they are for all of us. They are supposed to protect all of us. We wali akavuyo tasooka kubuuza nti owayo oli waki? Oli wa red, oli wa yellow. Kyova olaba bw'akuba akola ki? Akuba bukubi. Bw'eba embeera yeetaaga kukuba asobola okukuba. Bw'eba embeera yeetaaga kukuba ssasi akuba essasi nga tabuuzizza wano wenkubira essasi. Waliwo abalwadde ba pressure, waliwo abalwadde ba sukaali, waliwo omulimu gwe protectinga is to protect the what? To protect and preserve the security of that situation. So, the person who comes as a UPDF or representative of the UPDF will come under Article 72. Article 72 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. He is supposed to come as what? As an independent. He cannot come as a party representative or a party flag bearer. And that does not only apply to UPDF, it applies equally to public officers. That is why any public officer who wishes to stand for election, that public officer has to resign before joining partisan politics. At whatever level, whether special interest group elections or elsewhere. It is one exception under Section 129 of the Local Governments Act. That section provides for the exception of resignation, and it only works for workers. Workers will not resign, because when they resign, they cease to be workers. So they cannot represent workers when they are not workers. So the law has provided for that exception. But for local government, they have even when we are going ahead to state that if you work in a local government, for example, Wakiso, then you cannot be a councillor of Wakiso. You can only be a councillor of another local government. So that exception is there. As it applies to the UPDF, it applies to the public officers. Omulimi akirizibwa okwesimbawo ng'omukozi kisinziira omulimi oyo agwawa mu bali be twayogedde, because they are farmers. Fembusiramu, I will use that analogy. In Islam, we are not allowed to have a dog at home, but there are exceptions. There are what? There are exceptions, and the exceptions are 3. You can only have a dog if you use it for hunting, and if you're using it for hunting, it has to be a trained dog, and it must have somebody who handles it. Number 2, if you are using it for a large farm, to do what? To give security at a large farm. Or number 3, if you are going to use it to a plantation farm, or because the other one is an animal farm, and then a plantation farm, you are allowed to use it. But making it your guard, it is not what? It is not allowed. Why am I bringing that analogy? It is because when you talk of omulimi, what mulimi are we talking about? Because nalime ennyanya awo ku kashedi ke naye muki? Naye mulimi ayinawo obunyanya bwe, ayinawo cabbage, sukuma wiki amuyinaawo, naye mulimi. So shall we call omulimi oyo tujja muyita mukozi? Kati answer tuzaayo eri bwe tubadde tukola ki? Tutunuulira definition y'omuki? Y'omukozi. Ne tugamba nti omukozi ateekwa okuba ekisooka nga ayina service gy'akola ki? Gy'agaba. Ekyokubiri ng'asasulwa. Afuna ki? Omusaala. Salary oba ki? Oba wage. Ekyokusatu ateekwa okuba nga si ki? Ng'omulimi omuntu oyo bwe tugamba nti muki? Nti mukozi. Si independent contractor. Independent contractor eyeekozesa. Bw'oba weekozesa nga gwe wennyini gw'olima, kati tosobola kufuuka mukozi oba mukozesa. Twagambye waliwo enjawulo wakati w'omukozi n'omuki? N'omukozesa. Bw'oba gwe nannyini nnimiro oba muki? Mukozesa. B'okozesa be babeera baki? Kati ndowooza otegedde difference nti bw'oba oyagala aparticipatinga, baakozesa baparticipatinga, ye aba tagenda kukola ki? Tagenda participatinga. Naye olw'obutaba beesimbu, oli yeebuzaabuza omukozi n'afuuka omuki? Omukozesa, oba omukozesa n'afuuka omuki? Omukozi. So let's be very clear on that. Okay, I think the last one on mine. There are 2. The other one, Chinobe owa PRFM agambye nti mutuyambeko musitule eddoboozi abaki? Abasirikale bakifeesi bave muki? Bave mu kalulu. Ffenna eddoboozi tusobola oddikola ki? Oddikozesa. Naye tetulina kugamba basirikale bokka oba ne bakifeesi bokka. Tulina okugamba ffenna tubeere n'empisa muki? Mu kalulu. Ffenna mu kalulu tuteekewo embeera eyaki? Ey'emirembe. Naliko mu hearing emu many years ago in the Electoral Commission sitting as a tribunal. Omu ku baali beesimbyewo Katonda kati yamujjulula, yali side z'erubaga eyo, Rubaga oba South oba what. Najja nga bazze bacomplaininga nti ayina akabondo k'abaki? Ayina akabondo k'abayaaya akakola ki? Akali mu kwonoona ebyokulonda. Bwe baamubuuza nti kintu kino okyogerako ki? Ate nga teyali wa UPDF, teyali waki? N'agamba tinze bakifeesi banjagala. Kati olw'okuba banjagala, bwe baba bakoze bye bakoze nga babikoze ku lwa bulungi bwange, nange siyinza bagaana. Bagende mu maaso bakole ki? Bakole ebintu ebyo. I found that a very funny what? A very funny response. Kitegeeza naawe wennyini tolina buvunaanyizibwa. Kuba bakifeesi basobola okukubiramu mukoddomi wo, basobola okukubiramu omwana wo, basobola okukubiramu owooluganda lwo. So we should know that these elections are not affecting the managers, they are not only affecting the voters, they are affecting all of us. So we should have a collective kind of effort to have a free and peaceful election. So buli ayina kyasobola okukola akikole to avoid these incidents of insecurity. This one is, my question was about the poster decorated on people's signposts and building without permission. Now this is there is also another issue in these posters. Local governments, that is municipalities and what, they are the ones that regulate the posters or advertisement or what. So those people who put up those posters have to go there and get what? And get permission where to put the what? The posters. So if they put the posters in a wrong place, then somebody can go to police and do what? You can go to police and report that this person has put a poster on my perimeter fence without my what? My permission. Then police is supposed to call that person and call you and talk. Not you saying, onani atadde kino ekipande kukikomera kyane. Then no kijjako no kizoba nokola ki. They bayinza okwarrestinga for causing violence, because violence eyinza okutandikira awaga yuziza omusajja waffe emboko ne zivaayo. So you go to police and report, and then police can come in and then try to give an arbitration solution. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Council. Sam, you do the final round, and then we will go for lunch.
I think I only have 2 or 3. I'll try to combine them because I can see hungry faces. So allow me to start with one on security. UPDF beating, and the person of Champisi Forest, and the one of Wakiso who tried to intervene. In professional journalism, we have one specific rule, and that rule applies. It is very simple. I beg of you by the mercies of God, Council Kayon, Nyamba, beg these people, if my God is not good enough for them, add yours. The rule is simple. There is no story worth your life. Pronto. We do not have any exceptions. The English say, dead men do not tell any tales. When you are dead, you are the story. There is no editor worth their salt. There is no media house that has the authority, the audacity, the capacity to send anybody to their death. Journalism is not a do or die. Do not become the story when you have gone to cover news. When you do that, we will mourn you, but you will become the story, and the newsroom will continue, and the media house will continue. We may not even have an award named after you. So, the basic principle is, there is no story that is worth your life. And when you're dead, you cannot write news. Okay? A good reporter is a living one. We don't have stories coming from the grave. We only have stories being told by healthy, vibrant, living beings. That's the news. Does that sound brutal? No, it sounds like the truth. So anytime you find yourself cornered, anytime you find yourself in a life-threatening situation, your role, your duty, your responsibility is number 1, save your damn life. Take care of your life first, okay? And then the story will be told later. If you are in a situation where it is impossible to tell a story without you getting injured or dead, do not insist. get away from there as quickly and as safely as you can. That is your job. That's your duty. If anyone ever sent you to die, tell them to go there first. Also, then now what they do. But those media houses don't exist. I hope they don't. But if you're doing it for yourself, for your blog, and you want to blog yourself and to die live, anti-Ngogola live, while you are dying, we will not be responsible as the coalition of professional journalists. That's on you. The simple journalistic principle is we value your life, and a life of a journalist is more important than any and every story. That doesn't mean that journalists don't get cornered. If you get cornered, let it be an accident, not something that you took yourself into. Ambrose, you worked for the Red Paper. I had forgotten about bonking and whatever. Now, colleagues, sometimes you assume that these things were invented in Uganda. They were not. The Red Paper was not invented in Uganda. Long before the Red Paper existed. In the history of the media, somebody has said that life does not grow in a straight line. It actually develops in concentric circles. So what you see or what you saw in the Red Paper was not authentic, was not new, was not unheard of in media life, in media history. There is something that in American media history was called gutter press. There was something called the penny press. There was something called the partisan press. All these are historical events in the media, where media basically was reaching for the worst possible story. The key thing is, you're asking about the editorial line, go back to the basic. Do not pretend to be independent of what you can't be independent of. Know the media you're working for. Do not pretend to be for mainstream media when you're working for gutter press. Don't pretend to be mainstream when you are a tabloid. Tabloidism is tabloidism. Red Paper did not define tabloidism. Red Paper simply fit into what already existed in the media. So where you are is where you are. Don't pretend. Basic ethical principle, don't pretend to be what you are not. If you are gutter, you are gutter. If you are tabloid, you are tabloid. And if you're mainstream, you're mainstream. Difference between Ugandan media and Kenyan media. But that was very interesting. This gentleman is saying, what's the difference between my generation and this generation? The difference is very simple. I use the typewriter. You're using your phone to write. Isn't that a difference enough? That says quite a lot. I had to have on my desk a dictionary, a thesaurus, written text as books there. And I also had a small booklet called Who is Who, which basically told me who are the important people. Did you people ever use yellow pages? Did you ever have address books from the post office? Did you use landlines? Then that makes you less of this generation if you use those ones. Those were some of the, have you ever faxed a story? I'm faxing a story. I remember in 1996-7, while reporting in Gulu about the war in northern Uganda, we would write stories in the evening, take them to the post office, and you would go back before 4 to check if the stories have been faxed. But right now you are broadcasting live. Now, what has that done to you? We thought that by you having more tools, better tools, faster technology, you would be better than us. lo and behold, we are not seeing that happen. We are seeing the tools making you lazier. Many of you go to the field and come back to offices or go back to offices and you write stories without the 5 W's and H. You go to the field and you come back and you write a story quoting Kanso Kayondo. And I ask you, Kanso Kayondo who? Because there are many Kanso Kayondos. Basic journalism says, you tell me his full name and title. But because you're so used to the fact that you can Google it very quickly, you do not bother to ask him. In my generation, it was a must. If I didn't get his name, as soon as he's finished his presentation, I go there with my notebook. You notice I still carry it? I can't do without it because it's locked in my brain. Go there, not only to ask him his name, but also to ask how he spells his name and how, because I was a broadcaster, how he pronounces it. One of the stories with Julius is I bullied him about his name when he was a little boy. I asked, what is your name? And because he was in Busoga, I said, I'm Muchunguzi. I said, that doesn't exist. You are either Muchunguzi or you are not. He's like, okay, I'm Muchunguzi. In broadcasting, how people pronounce their names is what their names are. Do you remember The Sound of Music? Have you watched that very interesting movie? One of the things in there is the nun was creating a song and she said, me is the name I call myself. So how I spell my name is the only correct way my name should be spelled. Those are the simple things that were the law in my generation that some of the people in this generation take for granted. So what's the difference between the media here and the media in Kenya? Colleagues, in many ways, what you see of media is normally a reflection of that society. You want to know a bit about society, look at its media. Many of you people do not know that Kenya is economically far ahead of us. We are struggling here to go into middle income. Kenya reached there some time back. Nairobi is a city of a couple of millions. For us, our day population is struggling to be 3 million. The Kenyan middle class is very, very big. Their economy is very, very big. So there are very, very major differences. Right now, the nation media owns a couple of serious media houses in Uganda. And Ugandans or people associated with Uganda own very few media houses in Kenya. Kenya or Nairobi is a center of many multinational organizations and institutions. Many institutions. If you are lucky and you've been to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, you will see how many airlines connect there. That's one of the things that tells you about a country. And you will find that there are airlines there that you do not know exist, but they go to Kenya. You compare with Entebbe, and we are lucky now we have Uganda Airlines. But you may find 3 Uganda Airlines aircraft, and in Jomo Kenyatta you will find 17 or 20 Kenya Airways aircraft waiting to take off. So there are those basic differences. Many Ugandans do not know that Kenya also has ethnic tensions. But more than ethnicity, Kenya also has a couple of economic classes. And the economic classes in Kenya are more pronounced than the ones in Uganda. Here, a Ugandan can be broke and they will leave. In Kenya, if you're broke for a very long time, and a long time I'm talking about maybe a week, if you're lucky a month. If you are broke and you are in Nairobi about a month, you die. life is a little more fast-paced there than it is here because of those economic differences. So what you see happening in the media there, the number of people using X in Nairobi city alone, is more than the total number of people on X in the whole of Uganda. So does that tell you about the differences?
Yeah.
That just pick one capital city, Nairobi, and you'll have more people on X than the total number of users of X in the whole of Uganda. So what does that say about their capacity to mobilize, their capacity to connect, their capacity to spread information? Much, much more. Those of you who were around during the days of riots and strikes at Makerere, strikes and riots at Makerere took on a new face when they involved or included Kenyan students. They know how to strike and they know how to riot. So if you take that now to a grand scale of Nairobi, that's something. So I don't know if we have something to learn from there, but what I can say is that we are totally different societies. Our laws are different, the structure of our societies are different, and the media, therefore, is a reflection of those differences. Do I need to say more? No. Okay.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together. To make sure that this training happens. Please put your hands together. Please also put your hands together for yourselves for keeping alive and alert up to 3 p.m. This is no mean achievement. We have tested ourselves and it's clear that we are ready for 2026. If we can go